हेलो। माइक ऊपर ही। हेलो। चेक कर रहे थे। Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. And that is the power of community. A very prosperous and delightful morning to everyone. We welcome you all to the 2-day International Conference on Community Health and Integrative Approach here at the Amity University Lucknow campus. I, Anamika Srivastav, along with my co-master of ceremony, Ms. Nandini Sharma, have the pleasure of being your hosts for this impactful event. An integrative approach in community health bridges biomedical sciences with social and behavioral sciences by understanding these linkages and bringing the conventional and complementary approaches together in a coordinated fashion. Integration ought to occur at all stages. During these 2 days of conference, we will witness confluence of several innovative ideas, researches, practices, and activities leading to integrative community and public health. As we gather today to explore the critical topic of community health, it's clear that an integrative approach is just what the doctor ordered. By bringing together experts from diverse fields, we aim to connect the dots and weave a stronger safety net for mental well being in our communities. We would also take pride in informing our delegates that the conference is registered for CRE points, which is an important milestone for every RCI registered professional. To briefly update, this is an international CRE conference, and all registered participants fulfilling the RCI guidelines will be getting 18 CRE points. For the participants, the guidelines are that 100% attendance is mandatory in all sessions. Participants have to sign in the morning as well as evening at the registration desk. There will be group photographs after every session, and there will be a CRE assessment at the end of each day with 70% marks. I extend a hearty welcome to Ms. Shabana, sign language interpreter, who has joined as per the RCI mandate. With this, we mark the auspicious beginning of the conference with the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the Vignaharta, and bow before the Almighty. I welcome our team of dedicated students for their performance on Ganesh Vandana. To say without. गणनायकाय गणदेवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि. Thank you to our dear students for this soulful and amazing performance. Brightness and prosperity are the symbols of light. It is a positive force that removes darkness. Light is the divinity of life and it shows the right direction. With this holy thought, let us begin the event by lightening the ceremonial lamp as we invoke Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom, to illuminate our discussions over the next 2 days. I take the privilege of inviting our honorable chief guests, esteemed dignitaries, to light the lamp and mark the beginning of the conference. I would request the dignitaries to kindly take the stage. I would request the dignitaries to kindly take their respective places on the stage. Atiti Devo Bhava is the essence of the Indian culture. And so does Amity family strongly believe in the essence of community. With this, I would request our Honorable Professor Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Vashish, sir, to welcome with a planter our chief guest, Professor Dr. R. K. Lal, and guest of honor, Professor S. P. K. Jena. Thank you, sir. I now take the honor to invite Professor S. Zedi, Conference Chairperson and Director of IBAS AIRS, to deliver the welcome address. To briefly introduce Sir, Professor S. Zedi is the Director of Amity Institute of Behavior and Allied Sciences and Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, specializing in the field of clinical psychology. A distinguished academic and researcher, he has made significant contributions to the study of academic stress, emotional adjustment, and minority stress. With numerous citations and publication works, Professor Zaidi is recognized for his impactful research in psychology and his commitment to advancing mental health awareness. Under his leadership, IBAS continues to foster excellence in psychological studies, training, allied sciences, and other areas of research and academic work. With this, I hand over the stage to Professor Zaidi.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Chief Guest of the conference, Dr. Rakesh Lal, Professor Jaina, our esteemed Deputy Pro VC, Dean Academics, Dean Student Welfare, Professor Manju Agrawal, all the delegates sitting in the auditorium, my dear students. First of all, I, on behalf of the MIT Universe, welcome you all in this program. This conference is the revival of a conference which we used to have pre-COVID period. Dr. Manju Agrawal, founder director of this department, has initiated the conferences by the name of Society and Well-Being. We continued till COVID, and thereafter there was some derailment, some problems of gathering and all these things. But I'm sure that by the grace of Almighty and guidance of our Honorable C6 and our Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, we are resuming after a gap of 2.5 years. Well, the topic of this conference is very obvious and very relevant. Community health and integrated approach. Who else can understand more than the sufferer of COVID epidemics that what the community approach is, what the community situation is all about? Traditional definition of health is only the absence of disease, is no more a valid understanding. Now we talk about social, psychological, and in Indian context is spiritual well-being. And with this, the medical psychosocial model is revolving not only within the hospital setup, but within the community very well. And with this, we thought that we should organize this conference on the community health issues, starting from the preventions, the environment, the community approach, and by involving multidisciplinary specialists. You will see that the esteemed speakers as well as the guests are from the different disciplines. And it's not only an Indian scenario. We have invited 5 internationally accomplished speakers like Javed, Professor Javed, Afzal Javed. He has been president of World Psychiatric Association and stationed at London. We have invited Vinay Lakra, sir, Director Health Education, Government of Australia. We have invited Dr. Paula, the founder of Reattachment Therapy in Community Role. We have invited Dr. Sanjay and many, many other persons. And I'm sure that the deliberation would be of great use. For my student, any conference has two main purposes. One is connectivity with the professionals from very senior professors. You might not have get an opportunity to meet Professor Jana and Professor Rakesh and many others, but now you are having 2 days, full 2 days to interact with them. Another is it is focused on research. Research has three main components. One is creating of knowledge. Our knowledge is incomplete, outdated every day. So research is ongoing process. And this conference provides you opportunity to put up your research. The second is sharing of information. That is publication. And we are likely to issue an e-abstract so that your efforts are being publicized in a greater way. But the third point, which is a very important point, is application of knowledge created by you. For that, your research has to be based on ethical basis. Research information should not be misleading because of your convenience. Because every research is done to improve the quality of life and to serve the community. And that is only possible if your research is on the basis of fact. So I'm sure that through this conference and many others, our PhD scholars, our MPhil scholars, our UGA PG scholars, because MIT is a research-driven institute where even the UG students show the presentation and their publications are even the Scopus level index papers. So it means that even our UG research is a very significant research. So you will be doing all these things. Last point from my side, that you must be seeing sign language interpreter Shabana Khan Mem. I am sure that none of the participant is having hearing impaired, but it is mandatory. And MIT means compliance, 100% compliance of all the regulatory authority, all the regulatory guidelines. So I invited her and she is doing interpretation. It would also encourage you to learn. And immediately after this session, 2, 3 days, 5 days after, I have requested and Provici has very kindly approved an event that is sign language for everyone. It is not that only one who is interpreting, who is interacting with the hearing impaired person should know, but everyone, every human being should know that how to, and sign language is our instinct. From the very childhood, we started speaking at the age of 2, but started expressing the feeling even at the time of birth. So I requested Shavana is to take a session and maybe after a week or 2, date is, I'm not remembering the date, the session is fixed. And regarding CRE, it is again a very important achievement for us that that CRE is a continuing rehabilitation education that is must for all the professionals, psychology professional, clinical psychology professional, rehabilitation professionals, and we have to earn at least 20 points per year to get the re-registration of 100 points. And this conference is awarded 16 registered points. It means that attending this conference, you are almost completing, you're done with 1 year. And once we are doing for CRE, we have to follow certain Niyam Kanun, and for that, Nandini ma'am has already explained to you. With this, I once again thank you very much for our Honorable Provici sir for sparing the time within a very busy schedule, and Colonel VK Mathur, his OSD, for mediating and for interacting and for arranging everything. Thank you very much. If you think that I am behind the curtain, I am behind everything, no. The entire team is working very hard and everybody is equally committed and responsible for welfare and the upliftment of the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vedi, for setting the stage for the insightful sessions to come. Next, let's hear a few words from our esteemed Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Rajesh Tiwari. I would also extend our heartfelt welcome to Professor Dr. Madhurma Pradhan ma'am and Dr. Rakesh Tripathi sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Basist, Most Honorable Professor Rakesh Lal, the Chief Guest of the session and the keynote speaker, Professor Jaina, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar, Professor Zaidi, Professor Manju Agrawal, distinguished guests sitting over here, faculty colleagues and dear students. It's an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all here in this inaugural session of International Conference on Community Health and Integrative Approach, being organized by MIT Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences. The conference is accredited by RCI as a continuing rehabilitation education. As you all are aware, that there are 300 delegates and around 16 eminent speakers from India and abroad have joined and confirmed their presence in this conference. They are present offline and online. I welcome you all on behalf of all at MIT fraternity. The theme and the title of this conference itself is profoundly relevant to today's world, where health is no longer just an individual concern, it's a collective responsibility as well. The content of the conference is relevant to the educationist, researcher, as well as all those students, who are sitting over here. For them, it is a lifetime opportunity, as Professor Zadi has also emphasized, that you would not get such a free hand to talk to the persons like Professor Lal, Professor Jana, and others sitting over here. So grab this opportunity, establish the connect, and prove that you have a potential to, translate into the reality, and you would be on the different label after the completion of this conference. The objective of this conference is very well aligned with the university mission, which says that each and every student has to be given a platform so that they become a success story in days to come. You have an opportunity to construct your own knowledge and understanding to deal with the complex issues. Sessions are curated to maximize the engagements of the student and also the participants. I also encourage each one of you to engage fully with the sessions, learn new things, and at the same time unlearn that you have already learned. So you have an opportunity to upgrade your knowledge as well. At the end, I would say that I'm a hardcore biotechnologist who firmly believe in facts and figure and evidence-based learning. At the same time, I also recognize the impact of community living and a deep connection with the nature on the human well-being. I believe that a community engagement and spending time with nature can serve as a potential tool to help us overcome from pain and pleasure, ego and arrogance, and also enable us to manage success and failure, praise and criticism, and insult and humiliation as well. Thereby immensely contributes in the mental health and physical health as well. The whole proceeding of the conference will revolve around this thought only. I wish you all the best, wish you a very fruitful and meaningful discussion in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your motivating words, sir. Before proceeding further, I extend our warm welcome to Dr. Shazia Siddiqui. Apologies for the mispronunciation. Carrying forward the spirit of academic excellence, may I now request Wing Commander, retired Dr. Anil Tiwari, our Honorable Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, and Director of Asset, to share his thoughtful perspective. To briefly introduce, Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, sir, is Professor of Electrical Engineer and Director of Amity School of Engineering, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. Since sir is here, I will hand over the platform to the sir.
Our honored guest on the panel this morning, eminent psychologist, Professor Lal, Professor Jaina, our own respected Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Vashisht, my colleague and friend, Dr. Tiwari, another eminent psychologist, Dr. Manju Agrawal, eminent guest sitting in this auditorium, my fellow colleagues, HOIs, HODs, participants of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, a very good morning and my warm greetings on this international conference on community health and integrative approach. We are indeed indebted and have immense gratitude towards our founder president, who have promoted the study of behavioral sciences across the campus and across all programs. This is the kind of vision and thought leadership we have. We are also indebted and full of gratitude for our Chancellor and Chairman Lucknow campus, Dr. Aseem Chauhanji, who's taking the knowledge frontiers across the world. Talking about this very apt topic, community health and integrative approach, is so very apt. With India's median population being around 29, I think universities and academic institutions have to play a very vital role. Towards this, institutions such like behavioral sciences have an immense responsibility. Because when you say integrative approach, I understand it on two fronts. One is it is interdisciplinary in nature. You have experts from all the fields helping to produce a holistic health model. When again you talk about the community health and integrative approach, I understand that it talks about physical and mental well-being. With large-scale urbanization occurring in the country, there are new pressures. And with the growth of new technology like AI, internet, the human beings are behaving in a different manner. The children are behaving in a different manner. So there is a tremendous scope of research in this area. Because the technology has advanced to an age where it has crossed a very, very important line. Now you can no longer distinguish whether you're talking to a machine or a human being if you are conversing. So this is a very important criteria which has passed. And every day we are breaking new barriers. And this is increasing a lot of complexity in the human behavior. And towards these international conferences, a deliberation across the world to improve upon community health holds such a big relevance. My good wishes to the organizers, and I place on record my deep appreciation to Professor Zaidi, who's nucleated and centralized a team to bring the best. He has said the university is the creator of knowledge, but no knowledge can exist in a vacuum. It has to be societal, application-oriented, and socially relevant. Towards this, we need to learn from various national experts, international experts. My good wishes to each and every one of you. Like my friend said over here, This indeed is a big opportunity for all the students. And even at the cost of repeating it, let me remind you students, if you purposefully participate in this conference, I can tell you, you'll make your mark, not nationally, but internationally. As he said, submit a paper, do deliberation, interact with the experts, and you will be at a different level. Thank you very much for making me part of this conference. Jai Hind, God bless us all.
Thank you, sir, for the everlasting impact that you have through your words of wisdom. I would now take the opportunity to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. S.P.K. Jena, on the stage to address the gathering. Before inviting sir, I would briefly introduce sir. Professor S.P.K. Jena, a distinguished psychologist, is a leading expert in applied psychology, behavior medicine, and biofeedback. He is a faculty member at the Department of Psychology at Applied Psychology Unit and has been honored with H.N. Murthy Oration Award by Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists for its outstanding contributions to the field. He has to his accolade various publications in national and international research. Um, with this, I would extend a heartfelt welcome to Professor Jena.
Very good morning to everybody. We are meeting here to discuss about the community and health. Community health and the community both are very important topics for today. We cannot think of health of the community without the health of the individual, nor the vice versa. University plays a very important and significant role in generating knowledge. And we all see that university is generating knowledge, disseminating knowledge, and has become a reservoir of knowledge. But knowledge doesn't get transferred, translated into action to the community life. There's a barrier between the community and the university, and we have to overcome this barrier. This barrier is cognitive, behavioral, and emotional, for which transfer doesn't take place. Technology is being developed, knowledge is being stored, and now there is a need for transferring the knowledge to the community. And where we lack is a very important issue. How to transfer the knowledge, how to generalize the skills to the community, and communitization of skills are the focus of the current times. And therefore, this international seminar, international workshop is important for all of us. So thank you for inviting me for this occasion. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. It is now my privilege to invite Professor Dr. Anil Vashisht, sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus, to deliver the inaugural address and officially kick off this conference. Professor Vashisht is the Pro VC of Lucknow campus, bringing over 22 years of expertise. And with this, I hand over the stage to sir.
Ma'am, thank you for those kind words. But my only point is that's a very old photograph of mine. Right. With greetings to our most respected guest, Professor Rakesh Lalji, Professor Jena, our very own Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Director IBAS, Professor Zaidi, Dean Academics, Dean Student Welfare, Head of Institutions, faculty members, and dear students. I'm honored to welcome you all to this International Conference on Community Health. Today, this conference brings together experts, stakeholders from around the world to share their knowledge, belief, and best practices on community health. And I am glad to be a part of this. My gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for his visionary leadership and dedication that has been instrumental in making this campus a beacon of excellence. My gratitude also to our chairman, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, for his utmost guidance and support for this campus and for establishing a culture of creativity and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe community health is the backbone of any healthcare system. It plays a vital role in promoting health, preventing diseases, and protecting us all. We have experts today who will dwell more into the topics and would share their valuable insights with all of us. Today, we believe my suggestion would be, let us all work together to promote community health, to build up a stronger and resilient healthcare system. My congratulations to Professor Zaidi and his entire team for successfully organizing this international conference and for all their tireless efforts that they have put in organizing the same. I once again thanks all the speakers who are here today and who have spared their valuable time being here with us. We are truly honored and humbled. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your ever motivating and thought-provoking words. Mental health is not a destination, but a process. It is how you drive, not where you are going. Further, as we gather today to explore the critical topic of community health, it's clear that an integrative approach is just what the doctor orders. By bringing together experts from diverse fields, we aim to connect the dots and weave together a stronger safety net for mental well-being in our communities. As we dive into the core of knowledge dissemination, it is my proud privilege to invite our chief guest of the conference, Professor Dr. Rakesh Lal Sir, to shed light on substance dependence and drug abuse, to kindly come up and grace us with his keynote address. Professor Dr. Rakesh Lal Sir is a professor of psychiatry at the Department of Psychiatry and National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, AIIMS, New Delhi. With an MBBS and MD in psychological medicine, he is a leading expert in mental health, addiction medicine, and neuropsychological disorders. A prolific researcher, Dr. Lal has contributed extensively to substance use disorders, doctor-patient relationships, and mental health disabilities with numerous publications in renowned medical journals. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, other members on the dais, and respected delegates. Before I start off with my talk, I must say that this is the first time I've come to this university. I thank the university for inviting me today, and I can summarize my first visit just in one line. I'm impressed. Very honestly, I'm very, very impressed. I mean, when I was invited, I didn't know this is a huge setup that you have, and it's really wonderful. And Professor Zaidi was instrumental in inviting me today, and I heard the MC saying that She knew him for 10 years, 12 years, around that time. So with due apologies and with your consent, I have to reveal your age. I was a student when I joined more than 40 years ago. That's before any of you were born. And Professor Zaidi was my teacher at that time. I mean, so that's way back. So now that I'll start with my topic. Basically, we're talking about community health and integrated approach. And what we have, it's a holistic strategy which involves healthcare systems, social support systems, and community resources. Most important is that you have to involve community in decision-making process. That's where the sustainability would arise. That they have to, we have the ownership of the whole program. And in this thing that we are important, we have the education, nursing, economic stability. All of them are important as far as healthcare is concerned. And what we need is benefit is important healthcare population for the whole population and vulnerable group. I mean, a lot of us can access healthcare. A lot of us do access healthcare, but there is a small group which, due to certain reasons, maybe due to age, due to no lack of social support, due to economic instability, due to distance, they're vulnerable. They cannot approach the healthcare system. We have to reach out to them. I mean, that is the important thing that we need. And we have enhanced access to the healthcare, avoid duplication of services, and empowering communities by participation and sense of ownership. Once again, I repeat, sustainability is the key word. We don't have a program and that will fizzle out in no time. It should be sustainable. It should be self-sustainable. And okay, now I'll be talking about substance use in adolescence. That is my address about in the role of community. The various influencing factors, which include, I'll go into this in some detail, social norms, accessibility to substances, protective factors are strong community ties, positive social norms, risk factors are disorganized and high risk community. Now, when we're talking about, before I go on with my talk, we'll talk a little bit about the epidemiology. The thing about adolescent substance use is that it is not perceived as a major problem. Even the parents, even the caregiver says, "Arey bacha hai, bada hoke sambhal jayega." I mean, that is the whole attitude. Like, it is not a very serious problem, which is wrong, but it is a serious problem. And sometimes the family is unaware. It's not that they don't care, but they're so busy living their lives. I mean, they're going to work and they're doing so many other things that this child, this adolescent is ignored. And so they don't realize that he is using substances. And another thing is that, unfortunately, there are no specific services available. And even if they are, there's a lack of awareness that there is such a facility available only for adolescents. So that is something, and a perceived stigma. I mean, substance use is a stigma. That's very clear. It is more of a stigma, like, say, for women. If a lady is sitting in a big clinic for substance users, there are a lot of men who are going to turn around. Tum bhi nasha karte ho? Tum bhi nasha karte ho? I mean, like, that will drive her away. I mean, that is the kind of thing which will drive her away. So, or adolescents. Yaar, tu to bacha hai, tune nasha shuru kar diya. I mean, these kind of statements. So we need a separate kind of a organization who will look after adolescents. And I will not talk about women now. That's a completely different topic. And so we have a problem of confidentiality. We have done a lot of surveys in All India Institute. There have been general surveys, surveys of school children, and surveys of street children. Street children are of two types. One is that who stay in the streets, who live in the streets, who earn or beg on the streets. Some who stay in the street the whole day, and in the end, they go to a family. But they are basically, these are the types of street children. So what we've seen is, sorry. We missed one slide. Where do I go back? Yeah, no. Okay. So in the general population, what we had done one study, the alcohol use is 1.2%, which is about 30 lakhs. Cannabis is 0.9%, opioids 1.8, and inhalants 1.17. I don't know if you all are familiar with inhalants. Yes? No? I don't hear a resounding yes. See, inhalants are the ones which are inhaled. It's just like typewriter eraser fluids or uh, paints or various kind of things which are sold legally. So they just put it in the cotton and then they inhale it and then they get high. So the only substance in which inhalant uses more in children than the adults are inhalants. That is something that we need to understand. And in school children, the ever use was 1 in 7, which is 15%. Past years, 1 in 10, which is 10%. Past month is 1 in 14, which is 7%. In street children, we had a 40 to 70% by RDS sampling. Once again, RDS sampling is something that when you approach one person and then he leads you on to other person. I mean, this is the kind of figures, this is the kind of thing we have that you go to one person who's abusing substances, he lead to you to the friends. So this will give you a number, an absolute number. It will not give you a percentage, it will not give you prevalence, it will not give you incidence, but you can generally get an idea as to how many people are abusing substances. This is more important for illicit substances. Because even if a person is using illicit substance, you go to his house and say, "Tum ye nasha karte ho?" He'll say no. I mean, that's very, very clearly because he doesn't know who you guys are. He's scared because he's doing an illegal thing. So RDS is the kind of method that we use for illicit substances. Now, the influencing factors about substance use are parental messages. First thing is ki, if the parents, they don't have to tell the child anything. They don't have to tell the child that this is a bad thing they are doing, Child knows. But even when the two parents, husband, wife are talking, अरे यार वो पता है ना उसका लड़का नशा करता है क्या बुरा है वो पढ़ाई नहीं करता ये नहीं करता so these kind of negative messages will go to the child and he'll get the impression that it is not a right thing to do. I mean, he knows it's not a right thing to do, but the parental message also reinforces that message that it is a wrong thing to do. वो गंदा काम करता है वो पढ़ाई लिखाई नहीं करता वो मार पिटाई करता है वो etc etc etc. And peer approval disapproval at a certain age. See, basically human being is a social animal. He has to live in the society. So he likes a common group where he has a lot of friends. So if he happens to have a peer where it is disapproved, he's not going to use it. But if he has a peer, if he's by chance he goes to a peer with a lot of people using substances, then there's the approval. So he looks forward to that. He'll go and use substances with that, knowing that it is wrong. He will still, because he's getting approval from that kind of a group. And there are media influences. I'll talk through some details in media influences because this is so important. And media is there all over. You can't protect a child from that. I mean, read YouTube or film stars or cricketers or anything. When they are promoting gutka, they are promoting gutka. I mean, that's how it is, and that is so common. And school and community norms. In some community, you understand norms. Norms is that it is kind of socially acceptable. कि सब लोग नशा करते हैं यार ये तो like that whole society, the whole community will say अब ये तो भाई बड़ा हो गया है इसने तो शराब लेना ही है. I mean, like that's accepted. It's not frowned upon. So, social norm, if it's a normative behavior, that is a very, very negative thing that influences negatively about substance use. And the perceived risk and consequences that the adolescent feels will again help him, and the personal experience. Unfortunately, very, very unfortunately, I'm not trying to promote substance use, but the first experience very often is pleasurable, which is a wrong thing, which is unfortunate because he wants to repeat the experience. I mean, it is a very good thing. Supposing a guy takes alcohol for the first time, he starts vomiting. That is, I'll be happy with it. It's a negative personal experience, so he's unlikely to repeat. But God forbid, if it is pleasurable, then we are in a little bit of a problem. And then we have protective factors, which are community engagements like positive activities like youth groups, sports, and these kind of groups which are supervised where people encourage various social activities without the use of substances. Positive role models. Role models start off with the parents, and then once again it has to go to the cricketer and the film stars and all, because these are the role models. And when they promote, that's a very, very, very unfortunate thing. And community-based interventions like education and youth programs, these are the protective factors. Then there's a question of social capital. These are network, norms, social trust, that facilitate coordination and cooperation for mutual benefits. If there's a strong social capital, it is good because the adolescents perceive a greater consequence of substance use. I mean, if he feels if there's no social capital, if there's no social support, and if he feels कि मैं पकड़ा नहीं जाऊंगा, and nothing is going to happen to me, that is a very unfortunate thing. If he perceives a greater consequence, that is what will prevent him from starting, prevent him from initiation. That is the most important thing. And then the factors that increase substance use are unemployment, socioeconomic stress, unstructured routine, because very often this substance use is taken as a coping behavior. Because of various kind of stresses, it's taken as a coping behavior. Lack of community bonds leave the individuals vulnerable to negative influences, where again he might get social approval of using substances, which is a problematic thing. And of course, we're talking about adverse childhood experiences. When there's an unstructured social environment, there's a limited recreational option, unsupervised gatherings. The gatherings should be encouraged, but they should be slightly supervised. And poor law enforcement, which will lead to underage use, easy accessibility. And once again, I repeat, social norms, when there's a normalization of drug abuse, that can create a problem because that is an acceptable behavior, which is not what we are looking for. It should not be an acceptable behavior. It's a behavior which should be frowned upon. Role of the community is to promote youth development program. I'm just summarizing the thing. Educate parents and caregivers. Create awareness in various ways that this is not a bad habit. You should not go to jail, but it's a disease which can be treated. And and it's a disease which is treatable. It's not कि अगर एक बार इसने नशा किया ये तो कभी छोड़ नहीं सकता. शराबी है तो गया. I mean, like that kind of an attitude should never be there. It is a treatable behavior. There are facilities available, and it is not so terribly expensive. You should have school-based intervention programs and collaborate with law enforcement agencies. Prevention is, of course, nutrition, physical activities, cost of care, equity. Equity is, it's not that healthcare is available only for the rich, only for the privileged. It is equally available to anybody, no matter what your religion, no matter what your socioeconomic status, no matter what your distance from the place, it should be easily available to everybody. And so what we are saying that treatment services should be available, obviously, first thing, it should be accessible. It should not be in a long distance. I mean, like if our center is got everything, but if a guy has to travel 500 kilometers to reach that place, he'll only come once or twice. He has to be accessible. He has to come there regularly. It should be affordable. I mean, obviously, everything goes with affordability. If supposing some people have this attitude that getting treatment is more expensive than taking the drug, which is, it beats the whole purpose of the whole thing. It should be acceptable. There should be no stigma attached. It is a disease. Once again, it's not a bad habit. And there should be awareness of all these facilities. Decrease would be strong community ties, positive social norms, encouragement of positive activities, positive role models, education, and awareness. And these are the increased things. What I'm talking about, poverty, unemployment. This is what I'm just summarizing, what I'm telling so far. It is used as a coping mechanism, weak social cohesion, unstructured social environment with unsupervised gathering, limited recreational options. I can give so many examples, but I won't because of time thing, and poor law enforcement. So suggested intervention would be promote youth development programs, educate parents and caregivers, implement school-based prevention programs, teach refusal skills. This is so important. Teach refusal skills because people are going to offer somewhere down the line as he grows up, people are going to offer, he's going to be exposed to drugs. He should be in a position to refuse and collaborate with law enforcement. Then finally, I want to say that we need to declamorize. That is so important. That those ads which shows beautiful men and women using substances, that is wrong, and there can be no justification. And I don't know if you see in movies and all, when there is a smoking ad or smoking something, there's a small line that smoking is injurious to health. I mean, I look for that line is getting somehow smaller and smaller. I mean, I don't know why it's getting smaller and smaller. And alcohol, of course, we are banning alcohol, but of course, you have bagpiper soda, you have Kingfisher drinking water. I mean, who's fooling whom? The trouble is that as far as the law is concerned, they're in the right. The surrogatic advertising, it is correct, it is legal, and that's it. I mean, it's legal. It's wrong. It's besides the point. It's a legal thing. So it'll be much better if we have movies which do not glamorize, which talk against, rather than that small line saying smoking is injurious to health. And with that, I just had one small clip which I need to show to you guys. I
क्यों पीते हो शराब? सहारे के लिए, बस यही एक सहारा है मेरे लिए। शराब अगर सहारा देती तो इंसान इसे पीकर लड़खड़ाता ही नहीं, और जो लड़खड़ाते हैं वो ही सहारा ढूंढते हैं। शराब पीकर तो बेहोश हो जाते हैं लोग, उतरती है तो होश में आते हैं। दिल में आग लिए घूमते हो और ऊपर से ये पानी डालकर उसे ठंडा भी करते हो। शराब इंसान को गुलाम बना देती है, और गुलाम सिर्फ सर झुकाकर हुक्म की तामील ही कर सकते हैं। सिपाही की तरह सर उठाकर लड़ नहीं सकते।
I wish there were. I wish rather than that small line, there were more movies of this kind. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I come to an end of my talk. Thank you for the patient listening.
True, there is no justification. A huge round of applause for our chief guest, Professor Dr. Rakesh Lal sir, in delivering the keynote address of the conference. Thank you, sir, for emphasizing and enlightening us towards the role of community and media in managing the substance abuse among adolescents. It is now my pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Manju Agarwal ma'am, Professor of Psychology and Dean Student Welfare, to share the words of wisdom. Professor Agrawal is a distinguished psychologist, psychotherapist, IMDHA certified hypnotherapist, mind coach, social entrepreneur, and educationist with over 40 years of experience in research, teaching, and industry. A recipient of prestigious fellowships and awards, she has represented India twice at the United Nations for developmental issues. Ma'am has conducted over 130 training programs, more than 100 keynote addresses, and is extensively working for rights and well-being of marginalized communities, particularly women. Ma'am, it is an honor to have you with us.
Thank you very much, and I am humbled by the introduction. Respected Chairperson, MET Lucknow Campus, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, respected Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Academics, our Chief Guest, Dr. Rakesh Lal, Professor Jana, and Professor Zadi. Thank you, Professor Zadi, for giving me this opportunity and also recognizing that conferences started. Very few people do that. Thank you very much. We are truly enlightened by your very informative, this keynote address, and very, very relevant keynote address on substance abuse, especially in reference to community health. And I think you started your speech by how relevant it is to work on community when we are working on substance abuse, and taking a bottom-up approach in dealing with the issue of substance abuse. And in fact, as mentioned, I had been working with women for a long time. And when I was working at Mahila Samakhya and working with marginalized women of, most marginalized women of villages, we had been forming sanghas, which is community groups of absolutely poor women, and they took up the issues, and when they took up the issues, they could deal with the issues of alcohol, substance abuse, and in some of the villages, they broke all the bhattis and, and established it a no substance abuse village. But it could happen only when the entire community was empowered and willing to take action against substance abuse, as well as your second point, which is extremely relevant, that is acceptance of the person who is abusing it instead of rejecting. Because a lot of times people enter into substance abuse for inclusion in a group. Our adolescents, because there is a group which they want to be included in, and they will be included only when they are doing all that that group is also doing, like substance abuse, alcohol, drugs and everything. And that feeling of inclusion gives them a lot of power, empowerment and happiness. As you said, that it begins with that feeling of goodness, joy, being included. So if we have to deal with substance abuse, I think the person has not to be rejected. No taboo has to be attached, but a very welcoming, non-judgmental environment has to be created where the person feels accepted, and then only we can promote or we can help the person in coming out of it. So as you said, sir, it affects our physical health, mental health, community health, social health, and spiritual health. And this subject needs to be addressed with a lot of perseverance, caution, and continuous effort in this direction. And a lot of, actually, as we see in lower community as well as in higher community, a lot of households have been destroyed because of the substance abuse in the family. So this is a very, very important community health problem. You also said, sir, that in order to gain sustainability in this effort, we need to have community promotion and integrative approach through the community, which is absolutely relevant. Peer pressure, you mentioned about peer pressure and availability of these substances. It's very difficult to work on availability. At the same time, awareness, as you mentioned, from the very beginning, if the parents and teachers are talking to the adolescents about these things, I think it will, we can help them to avoid them even when they are available, or inform that even if you get into substance abuse, please come back to us. We are here to help you, instead of, as you mentioned, that they have a fear that don't talk about it, it's a taboo, and I'll be further rejected and excluded from the group. So, mentioned that the relevance among street children is very high, and perhaps these are the reasons for our prevalence among street children, because they don't feel included in a group, and availability is very high. So support system, social capital that you mentioned, the social norm of today, these are also very important variables which we need to work upon, and our media images. In media, it is shown that, and the last clip that you showed was extremely relevant. Media, it is shown if there is a पीछे से मेरा ख्याल से आवाज आ रही है। आपका माइक ऑन है?
आज मैसेज आया आप आएंगे। तुमने मैसेज आ गया क्या बात? मैं इतनी परेशान थी, मैं क्या बताऊं क्या हुआ मुझे। ससुर बीमार है, मुझे समझ लगे।
Kindly check somebody's mic is on. Huh? अच्छा तो इनको ऑफ कर दीजिए. Okay, okay. Thank you. So I'll take just 2 minutes more. In the media, the images are that if there is a breakdown or there is an upset in the life event, the person very logically and justifiably goes for substance abuse like Devdas, and breakdown in relationship and love, you immediately resort to alcoholism. I think these images have to be broken because the media images become your social norm and it is being justified. So I think we need to work on that also. As you have very rightly, you have given a very positive media clip. And these media images are also very important. You mentioned about youth development programs, and you also mentioned about creating awareness. And you also said that we have to begin with the notion and the belief that reversal of substance abuse is possible. Don't accept it, that once a person is in substance abuse, will always remain in substance abuse, and वो छूट नहीं सकती. अक्सर हम इस तरह के phrases use करते हैं. शराब नहीं छूटती किसी की, एक बार लत लग गई तो कभी नहीं छूटती, but वो छूट सकती है. And we have to start using the language that yes, it can be reversed. छूट सकती है, सब्सटेंस अब्यूज से हम बाहर आ सकते हैं. And as sir said, there are expensive and non-expensive, both kinds of programs. And I think I have covered almost all points. If anybody is there, if any point is left certain, my apologies for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Professor Agrawal, ma'am, we sincerely thank you for your motivating words. I will take this opportunity to share with you all that our chairman, Amity University Lucknow campus, has showered us with his blessings for this auspicious event and our educational endeavors. Though sir is occupied with some meetings, but he has found time to share his blessings with all of us. Chairman, sir, we assure you that we will continue to work towards your vision under your able guidance and leadership. To set the tone of the occasion, may I request our very respectable, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Vashish sir, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Professor Dr. Rakesh Lal sir, and our guest of honor, Professor Dr. S.P.K. Jena sir, for their remarkable contributions and unwavering dedication. Let us all applaud our chief guest and guest of honor. Sir, your insights will surely inspire us all. Thank you, sir. Every end is a new beginning. As we wrap up the inaugural program, let me invite Dr. Pragya Dangwal, Assistant Professor and our diligent organizing secretary, to propose the vote of the thanks. Dr. Dangwal has over 25 years of experience as a psychologist. She is an Assistant Vice President of UP Chapter of National Association of Palliative Care for Ayush and Integrative Medicine, member Ethical Committee for Research, Cancer Aid Society, State General Secretary, BCPA, and former Advisory Committee member with Government of India. Ma'am, the success of this conference is a testament of your hard work.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this inaugural session of the two-day conference, our heart is full of gratitude. It has been an inspiring half day of ideas, collaboration, and shared vision of addressing and working towards community health. We are fortunate to get the blessings of our founder president, Honorable Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our chairman, Honorable Dr. Asim Chauhan, not only for this conference, but for all our endeavors, for which we are very grateful. I want to express our deepest thanks to all our distinguished speakers at the inaugural session. Our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rakesh Lal, and guest of honor, Professor Dr. S.P.K. Jena. Your insights, wisdom, and encouraging address have truly been motivating and thought-provoking, setting the stage for many discourses during this conference. You are not only enlightened us, but challenged us to think differently and act with purpose. Our gratitude to our respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Anil Vashish, who pushes us to be the best version of ourselves and motivates us to leave no stone unturned to give the best academic and progressive environment to our students. Our thanks to all the distinguished guests, delegates, participants, faculty, and students who have come from far and near, and those who have joined us online for taking interest in the conference and taking out the time to attend and contribute towards fulfilling the objectives of the conference. Our gratitude to our HOI, Professor Zedi, for his guidance and support in making this conference experience a memorable and enriching one for all. Lastly, our heartfelt thanks to the every helping hand, the volunteers, technical teams, the administrative, procurement, and IT department, and IBAS staff. Your commitment and grace under pressure has ensured that everything runs smoothly. You are the backbone of this conference, and we are so grateful for the help. As we leave here today, let's carry forward inspiration, knowledge, and relationships we built. May this conference be the catalyst for new collaborations and meaningful change. On behalf of Amity University Lucknow campus and the conference organizing committee, thank you all once again and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our inaugural program. We will now take a short tea break, during which I encourage you to interact with our eminent speakers and form connections that will last beyond these 2 days. The next session will begin at 12:30 p.m. sharp, so please be seated 5 minutes prior. Until then, I wish you all an invigorating and enriching conference ahead. Thank you.
As in we are about to begin with the session. I hope everybody had a great day. Good morning, our esteemed guests and our participants. Welcome to the International Conference on Community Health, an integrated approach organized by Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences at Amity University, Lucknow. I'm Shanvi Tiwari with my co-host Yamini, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all over here. So starting with the first lecture of the day, I'm honored to invite Professor S.P.K. Jena sir from the Department of Psychology, Applied Psychology Unit, who won H.N. Murthy Oration Award of Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists for his extraordinary work in behavioral medicine and biofeedback. He has published several articles in national and international journals and has authored books followed by the mental health community as a part of core text. He is the former editor of Indian Journal of Clinical Psychology. It is my proud privilege to invite you, sir, over here. And the person who will be chairing this session is Professor S.Z. Zedi, sir. He is the director of Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, IBAS, Lucknow. Specializing in clinical psychology, a distinguished academician and researcher, he has made significant contributions to the study of academic stress, emotional contributions to the study of academic stress and emotional adjustment and minority stress and emotion suppression, particularly in the post-COVID era. Audience, can we please have a big round of applause for our speaker and chairperson? Now, it is my proud privilege to invite you, sir, to take us along on this invaluable journey to experience his hard-earned knowledge firsthand. Professor S.P.K. Jaina, sir, can we please have you on the dais?
Before I request Professor Jana to present his invited talk, it's my privilege to invite one of the most learned academicians available in India in our field. Now, Jana has been instrumental in many policy making, and he has been the chairperson of RCI Expert Committee on Clinical Psychology for many years, many terms. And for students, please do not leave the session in between. I saw that even with the Professor Rakesh Lal was making his wonderful presentation, about 7-8 students have left and I have taken the photograph of them. So please take care of it. Do not leave in between, and you can come in the forward chairs row. That session is not to relax on the extreme back and relief. So over to you, Professor Chana, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Professor Jayadi, the dignitaries on the dais, my dear participants who have been participating in this program, wonderful program. And Amity is doing a wonderful job bringing you all together for this CRE. And this is a very important occasion, you should say, important topic on which we must discuss when you are thinking of a developed India by 2047. Community mental health, community health is important for us. I'm standing here not as a speaker, but a storyteller to share our experiences. We have spent hours on speaking on the dais about the theories and the practices. And what we do today is important for all of us. What we preach is not so important. What we do is much more important. So let us do what we can at our level as individuals or as groups. The figure that you see, the picture that you see, represents the cloud which prevails within us and in the community. In understanding health, mental health, disability, and all these entities, this cloud must change. This cloud must be removed. Ignorance must be replaced by understanding, by insight, by new cognitions. Therefore, we are here to understand and practice what we speak, what we preach. We have to chalk the roadmap for a developed India, the Viksit Bharat 2047, which should be inclusive growth and sustainable development with effective governance. When we talk about inclusive growth, we talk about all forms of disabilities, including mental health issues. People with mental health issues remain neglected, unattended, because of the fact that we sit in ivory towers. We speak high. We teach a lot in our departments, in our centers. this knowledge doesn't get transferred to the community. Community still remains poor in terms of knowledge. And when there is no knowledge, there is no development. So we are coming to that state where we will be trying to look into how this knowledge can be effectively transferred into skills. And these skills are communitized. The community should pick up the skills to modify, to bring remedy to itself, because your number is very little, very few to go to the community and work. Major roadblocks to the developed Bharat or Vikshit Bharat is poor human development. You must be seeing, you might have seen the development in our slums, in our villages, in our rural areas. No matter how big we speak, still it prevails. Poverty still is prevailing factor in our villages, in our slums. We have to look into it. And second thing is, which you are talking about today, is mental health, mental illness, and disability. So let us talk about this particular issue, this particular issue on which you have been converging on. University has been considered as a knowledge center. We generate knowledge, a good amount of knowledge. Good deal of knowledge is generated in the university. We write big theses. We produce a lot of hard work, which remains stored in the libraries, do not get translated into the community settings. So universities can play a significant role as institutions of higher learning. When learning is there, when there is a lot of knowledge, these stored knowledge can be distributed to people so that people get benefited out of the work that we do. So there is a need for a kind of paradigm shift, the way we conduct research. We should conduct more of applied research to see that it reaches people. It is not remaining as a kind of contribution by the academicians, by the scholars. The second thing is, as a nodal agency, it is engaged in human resource development. This human resource development, the skill that the university has will be wonderful in translating this skill to the community members, not just to our own students, our own people. It must be translated to action into the community level, at a community level. And the most important is that it has better scope for mainstreaming. People who come from special education know what is meaning of mainstreaming. People with disabilities, mental health issues are not properly mainstreamed. They are not brought to the mainstream. They are not integrated. That is why the problem occurs. When people are not integrated, they remain isolated in their own cavities. They do not learn. So they should learn from the community, like the community of the university. That is why university provides you a wonderful ground for integration, mainstreaming. That is why university has such an important role. How many people with disability you see in the university, except the students who come and join? Let them come and enjoy the environment of the university. University should open its hands and heart to see that these people get integrated, so that the services can be extended well. This will create a good environment for integration. Now there is a barrier between the community and the university. University is confined to a kind of it is an ivory tower. Translation doesn't take place. Barriers are many. These barriers have to be overcome. Barriers are attitudinal. People in the community never feel coming to the university, because the university belongs to enlightened people. University belongs to people who have got a lot of knowledge. So there is a kind of gap between the university and the community. There are emotional barriers also, and barriers are also behavioral, because it costs behaviorally to come to the university to learn from other people in the university. That has never happened. There is a big barrier, additional big kind of attitudinal barrier, which prevents us to communitize our skills. And this is what Sperry called the disconnection syndrome. The left hand doesn't know what right hand does. What the university does, the community people never know what is happening in the university. Let them come to the university, see to our students, learn from our student, and get benefited from our student. And we have to throw away this bondage, this kind of barrier between the university and the community, which will be the best contribution to this field. The traditional universities have little resemblance to the daily reality of the country. They do not reflect the realities of the country. What happens in the university, it is an ivory tower. You see the building, you see the kind of environment in which we live as academicians. And you see the next door what is happening in our community. They have difficulty in fulfilling their daily needs. Mental health problems, disability, so much in the community which lives nearby, we do not have much attention to them. It is because our academic programs cannot be just modified overnight. We have to think of the 2020 program, this new program, NEP 2020, gives an opportunity to rethink about our programs. In big institutions, training institutions like NIMHANS and other places, people go to the classroom only for 2 hours, sit there. The rest of the time, they go to the clinic. They go to the community, they work there. Whereas in the universities, we spend a lot of time, 80% of our time, sitting and listening to lectures like this. Lectures like this, in the sense, the person, knowledgeable person talks and you listen. And in these days when internet is so accessible, giving this kind of lectures doesn't matter at all. The students can learn on their own. They need to have the practical skills which is to be transferred to the community. If at all you can think of Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat cannot be possible as long as we have got poverty, as long as we have got disability, as long as we have poor development index. We must rethink about overhauling our educational system and bring change, revolutionary change in this system. And there are scopes. People have not thought of so closely, so clearly what can be done about it. Start thinking now. So speaking should be replaced by thinking and working. Largely, it has remained creating knowledge distributing agency. The viability is seriously questioned. It has become a dinosaur of the past. The universities, traditional universities, have become the dinosaur of the past, which is at the verge of dying because the competition has come up. Many universities have come up to give skills much better than what we do in many of these traditional universities. So let us think of, we need to have more practically oriented courses, skill-oriented courses in real sense of the term, not that skills will be taught in the classroom. Skills must be taught in the situation where it is needed so that it can be communitized. People learn from us through skills, not by listening to lectures like this. So this is one humble submission to the university community to rethink about our programs and prospects of these programs. So we have to think of our prospects. Here you see the communities which are next door, very familiar photographs in India, right? But although India doesn't represent this, right? But we have these realities, we cannot ignore it. If we ignore it, it will be cognitive bias ignoring these realities of our country. We must think of what can be done at this level when we talk about mental health, when we talk about disability, when we talk about other issues. Yeah, so transfer of knowledge is most important. Long time back, you must have heard about ABA, Applied Behavior Analysis. It started with the experiments conducted on infrahuman species. And this has been transferred to the clinical setting, and now community gets the advantage of it. The community gets the benefit of applied behavior analysis. We make use of it in the community setting. Next. So transfer of knowledge is very important, is very important. And these photographs that you are seeing are the pictures of people who suffer from disability, and applied behavior analysis being used very frequently with these people. But only thing is that we do it in institutionalized manner, in big institutions where special education, clinical psychology, and other such disciplines, rehabilitation sciences exist. It doesn't go beyond this setting. So let us transfer these skills. What you see is the people who are suffering from self-help skill deficits. They have got excessive behavior, self-injury, and all these. We have a lot of volumes of literature on this. We know what to do with this, but this doesn't get translated. This is the most worst part of it. So let us see how we can transfer our skills of behavior therapy, applied behavior analysis to the community, and where people need this skills a lot. These are the communities. I'll tell you, I said that my job is not to speak just to you as a speaker. but I speak to you as a storyteller. These are the communities in which we have worked, the 4 communities. One is most of these communities are in Delhi, although we have worked in Calcutta some time back. I was in NIMH, National Institute for the Mentally Handicapped those days. So we worked with the community, which is called multicentric collaborative study. That was one model. We have got multiple models. Now, when I'm talking about models, I'm not talking about the Western models which you read in the books. The models which have been found to be useful in our own country, in our own situations. So let us look into the working models, not the theoretical models people talk about. People talk about biopsychosocial models. In UK, this model has entirely become psychosocial model. There is a lot of emphasis on psychosocial model. But if we say that, that is not enough. We have to see and find out how effective these models are with our communities. So every community, when you work with the community, every community has a personality, I believe. Characteristic, personality of a community, which is determined by the cultural norms, by the way people live, the way people think. And in certain communities, their ways of thinking, behaving are different than other communities. So we must take it into account while working with the community. This is the sensitivity that we must have while working with the communities. We worked in Calcutta for a very long time, for 3 years in a project that was in the area of Titagarh, very intensely populated area, thickly populated area. Now, when we went to the community, people said, are you going to coming here again? This question came to us. Are you going to come back here again to teach us, to make us learn? I was wondering why these people are asking this question. Because many people come and go and they do not do much except doing data collection. The community people are used almost like guinea pigs for collecting information to enrich the knowledge base in the universities. Projects they do and they forget about it. We do not have continuity of services to the community. The first time we tried to pick up a girl from the community who happens to be sister of one of the football club members, and try to teach how to deal with children with disabilities, particularly with intellectual disabilities. And we tried to give her a diploma in intellectual disability, teaching children with intellectual disability. That girl went back and opened a small center for intellectual disability and could serve that community. Until unless you create a kind of environment in the community, people will not trust on you. They never trust on you. That is why they do not tell you what exactly happens. They look at you with a bitten eyebrows and try to doubt your intentions. So let us get away from this. This is called attitudinal barrier. This attitudinal barrier we have seen, we have experienced, and when you take a community member, the barrier is lowered like anything. Because a community member remains a representative in our community, in the university or institutional community, highly trained community. So that is how we overcome this barrier. Next. So barriers are many we have to overcome. The picture that you see here is the Delhi University, one of the rooms in which a professor sits and children are around. This happens in many of your universities. It must be happening here and anywhere. The community-based programs actually happens in the university setup because we do not want to go away from the comfort zones. We want to remain in the comfort zones, do not go to the community because we have to, it is not only that comfort zones, but we lose our classes. Until these classes are organized properly, we cannot step out to the community. Community doesn't get the benefit of the professors in the university. And now the professors in the university must learn, attend such conferences as to how to deal with people with intellectual disabilities or other disabilities and mental health issues. Then only they will feel comfortable working with these children, these people. So this is a very important issue. This is a top-down process which we have been maintaining throughout. Top-down means we think here and try to think how the community thinks or feels. So the design is here. We take up a kind of blueprint and try to implement in the community. This doesn't come from the community. Now what is most important is community must design the research for you. Talk to the family members of the people in the community, talk to the people who are there in the community and decide a program, joint program where equal participation will be there. Otherwise the participation becomes one-sided. So we get frustrated when people do not collaborate with us, do not cooperate with us. It is almost like one-sided love. We love for our academics, and we go to the community to collect data, to enrich our CVs, and we forget the community after that. It is almost like use and throw approach to the community. Let us make them make their participation, let us ensure their participation so that we can transfer knowledge much better. So top-down process will be transferred into bottom-up process, so that the designing can be done in the community itself, going to the community, talking to people what they need. Next page. So now we have started this group training program for the SLD, bringing it to the community, teaching our students how to deal with them. People who are doing PhD, people who are doing dissertations, we teach how to deal with these people so that we can develop a working model for the community. Next page. And people also come to learn from our universities from abroad. They learn how to work with people who are underprivileged. People are very keen about learning about the poor. So they come here to learn, do not know whether they go back in their own country and whether they implement. But when they come and join with us, it becomes a kind of boost for us to work with other people. It is also necessary to transmit the information to abroad also. People are coming from outside, let them go to our community, and there is no shame about it. Let them share their expertise in the community so that our people learn better. Next, please. So now this is another way around. The next model, model 2. You as a practitioner, you as a therapist, as a professional, go to the community, do the survey, work there, and tell the world, this is how I have worked. Publish your paper, publish your book, and tell people what you have done in the community. Tell your stories in terms of evidence-based research and also practice-based evidence. You go and work there and tell others, this is how I worked. It may not be published. You tell your students how you work, then the students will learn how to do, what to do, and how to go about. People do not want to leave their comfort zones. That is the main problem that we have. They do not want to leave their air-conditioned rooms to go to the community and work there. And that is why knowledge about the community doesn't come to the class. We read the book and talk to the students. We do not talk about what difficulty we faced while working with this community. Next, please. Now, this is a program which was undertaken in one of the footpaths of Delhi with the homeless people. And when we go and see this, the entire process, we know how people respond. Initially, they don't respond at all. Then you need reinforcement. While teaching, you find that many of them are not adequately fed. In the morning, they do not have anything in their stomach. And anything goes around, they look at it, a thelawala or somebody, if some food is being carried or distributed. So this is how we understand that they need food fast, then education comes. We supply food initially as a breakfast. They cannot get breakfast in their own homes. So breakfast attracts them to sit there and start working. After that, they will be after you, requesting you to come and teach them. They carry the materials and sit there to learn. And that becomes the best motivation. This becomes a conditioned learning. You become a conditioned stimulus for them, a person who is conditioned by giving food, giving education. And then there is no end to learning. They learn very well. That is how this learning you will not get from the textbooks. You can only learn by watching them. Look at this boy who is writing his name, how difficult he is, with what difficulty he is writing. And I think we have a lot of things to learn from such situations. Time is short, I'll be going faster. I'll be showing, that is why I've kept a lot of visuals for you to learn visually. Visual learning, I believe, is much better than speaking, because we may not have enough time to talk our stories, tell our कहानियां बोलने के लिए बहुत time नहीं रहता है. इसलिए थोड़ा visuals मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा and go through them, understand what exactly happens in the community. So please keep them. Yeah, this is the vehicle being used as a psychometry observation lab, moving lab, mobile lab, with which we have worked and we have assessed. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is how the disturbances come, and try to avoid the disturbance so that these children are not there. Next page. Yeah, so that the disturbance is much lesser. We do all Bender-Gestalt tests, all kinds of tests to find out what exactly, whether they have a brain damage, they have a neuropsychological deficit and all these. And this is how we sometimes get experts from the community, like this girl who is also underprivileged, who teaches how to tailor, how to make stitching. And these people come from the community to learn, homeless people who learn about tailoring. Like this, we keep on doing this kind of activities. These are some of the sessions that I have been showing you. So please, yeah, quickly, please, yeah. You can have a look at it. I don't have to speak about it. This is how they learn. They prepare small dresses for their people. Just a moment. This is one which you teach how to make paper bags. Community people come to our university. They learn how to make simply paper bag, not only making it but selling it. Entrepreneurship development. So our mental illness can disappear if people are empowered. Empowerment is important. If they get money, if they get regular income, they will not have many types of mental disorders. Next, please. Next, quickly, please. Yeah, our students participate. By participating, they learn much better applied psychology than just listening to lectures. Next, please. Next, quickly, please. So these are some of the task analysis and how these people go to the community and sell their products. That also has to be taught to them. These are practical skills they require. You have to carry them and introduce to the people so that they can sell their products. Next, please. So this is the one model is a dyadic model, doctor-patient model, therapist and the patient model, and another model is next is your triadic model. You have a mediator, you have to train the mediators and train the community members. You can sit in your comfort zone, train people, then you get the benefit of training by transferring to the community. Next, please. So you have a lot of things to transform. One is pre-contemplation. Contemplation, next please. You have preparation, action, then maintenance, follow, evaluation. I'll not elaborate them. You know all of them. By these terms themselves, you know what has to be done to transfer our knowledge base to the community. Next please. And inclusive governance is most important. Decentralization of governance, participatory decision making, and equity focused implementation. They should be equal partner in your endeavor so that you can work well. Then we talk about the working models. University has to develop its own working model, and the working model developed by University A will be different than University B, because your community is different than the community which belongs to another university, which is close to another university. So there is nothing to shy away developing models. Develop your working model so that your students, your professors will follow the model and retestify the model to modify it time and again. Right? Everything has an expiry date. If the model is not working, you try to look into another model. And we have tried 3-4 models and see which model is effective with which community. Next, please. So like this, you have to make a lot of trial and error and learn from the evidence-based practice. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Time is too short, and I'm a storyteller. My story doesn't end. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jaina, for a very, very good practical based, experience based presentation. And I can, though the presentation was so clear and lucid, but still doing the ritual of chairperson of this, I would like to draw your kind attention and for not only for listening point of view, but for your future planning, that because I have seen that very senior professors of university level and policy maker, suggestions giver are sitting right now here. That few things which require the immediate attention is that we have to be, our learning system should be experimental basis and not only the 80%, 90% classroom teaching. That is not going to help anymore. And that is why our RCI has very much emphasizing on this, and 65% our training of MPhil students are clinical based, hospital based, and only for 35% we attend the classes. And that is why we are giving some better result. He talked about a new cognition. The society's cognitive system has to be modified. the misbeliefs, the faith, the taboo about the disability or for any mental health issues has to be changed. And that should be the part of your teaching curriculum, and your students should contribute into this. He talked about the inclusion and sustainable inclusion. It's not that for this program, you are sitting all together. And once this program is over, we do not know who are you and you do not know who am I and what is our mutual interest. So it has to continue till we achieve some sustainable goal, whether it is Viksit Bharat or whether it is happiness, whether it is well-being, whether anything is, if it is sustainable, it is appreciated. Otherwise, it is just momentary change. And he talked about mainstreaming. For that, he has given a lot of example and clipping. One very important thing which he said, and I would conclude on my discussion on this point, that the dinosaur is perhaps the most strengthful, most bigger creature on the earth. But it has extincted, लुप्त हो गया. What may be the reason? चींटी नहीं लुप्त हुई किसी भी सूरत से. डायनासोर इतने शक्तिशाली क्यों लुप्त हो गया? क्योंकि डायनासोर में एडेप्टेबिलिटी नहीं थी. डायनासोर में मौसम के साथ चेंज करने की शक्ति नहीं थी. डायनासोर के पास अहम था कि आई एम द बिगेस्ट एंड स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ऑलमाइटी. और जहां ये तीन चीज होती हैं, वहां एग्जिस्टेंस लुप्त हो जाया करती है धीरे 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 धीरे. चींटी could survive only because चींटी ant knew that by the change of weather, where they can go and how they can collect the food for rainy seasons. Dinosaur, perhaps because of his superfluous physical strength, could not survive. So any profession, any syllabus, any organization can be a dinosaur, and he has very high risk for extinction, and not the Chuti, because Chuti knew how to survive and how to readjust, accommodate in the new situation. So our syllabus system, our education system should be flexible, adaptable, and so that it is workable, it is operationable. In morning, I have said that university has three very important components. One is creating of knowledge, second is disseminating of knowledge, and third is application of knowledge. So application of knowledge is only possible when you go to the field, collect the data, and come back and go back once again. The society, populations, rural area people particularly, usually ask, many times they ask that what you are going to give to us, are you coming back to us? In one of the studies with the LGBTQ, our colleagues are working on this. They outrightly refuse to give any information about their feeling, because they said the 6 महीने पहले भी कुछ लोग आए थे, हमसे कलेक्ट करके चले गए, उसके बाद क्या हुआ हमें नहीं मालूम. So I'm not going to cooperate anymore. So let us study for the welfare and the development of Viksit Bharat, sustainable Viksit Bharat, and not only for adding your CV. Thank you very much, Dr. Jainam.
Thank you, sir, on such great knowledge through your eye-opening words. Now, I would like to invite our respected chairperson, sir, to felicitate a speaker of eminence.
The size of memento given to him has changed. Morning में बहुत बड़ा था, it was a dinosaur size. Now it is of chinty size, but I'm sure both will survive over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. As we are trying to connect with the next speaker, we would like to move on to the next lecture. So next up, we have Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Tripathi. He is a distinguished clinical psychologist with extensive contribution to mental health research and practice. He holds a BA Psychology honors and a MA Psychology from Banaras Hindu University, BHU, and an MPhil from RINPAS Ranchi and a PhD from KGMU Lucknow. Dr. Tripathi sir is an active member of esteemed organizations including the Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists, IACP, the Rehabilitation Council of India, RCI, the National Academy of Psychology, the Indian Association for Mental Health, IAGMH, and the Association of Industrial Psychiatry of India. He also serves on the editorial land of the Journal of Research and is a reviewer for leading psychology journals. And the chairperson for this session would be Professor Dr. Madhurima Pradhan ma'am. Dr. Madhurima Pradhan ma'am is a distinguished psychologist, academician, and a researcher with over 32 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration at deputed colleges and universities. She retired as a professor, Department of Psychology, University of Lucknow in June 2023, but continues to serve as an expert at the Happy Thinking Laboratory to promote mental health and well-being among the student faculty and staff. A specialist in positive psychology and counseling, her research focuses on spirituality, resilience, psychological capital, academic stress, suicide prevention, happiness, and post-traumatic growth. Audience, can we please have a big round of applause for our speaker and chairperson? Sir, I would like to invite you on the dais to share your journey and experience of your hard-earned knowledge firsthand. Thank you.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Chairperson, Professor Madhurima Pradhan ji, Professor Jayadi sir, Professor Jaina sir, और भी जितने उपस्थित आप the dais delegates हैं, students and teachers. Ma'am, with your permission, I would like to. Okay, thank you, ma'am. The responsibility was given to me to talk about geriatric mental health in India, community-based approaches for holistic well-being. I'm thankful to the organizing committee of the International Conference on Community Health on Integrative Approach, organized by Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Lucknow campus. Okay, yes. Before going to the talk, I want to pray. Okay, thank you. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidyasavahai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. My disclaimer before the talk, I believe that the knowledge I am going to share with you is not the final truth. I am going to tell you about what I have understood by studying, and you are free to agree with me or not. If you wish, you can develop your own understanding of this by studying the reference text on which I am talking, or you may study other standard texts for your enlightenment. I welcome you from the Department of the Geriatric Mental Health. This department is established in year 2005 and where DM in geriatric mental health training is being provided. This is the first department in Asia as well where the DM training is being provided. Professor Savada Chandra Tiwari, my Guruji, under which I have achieved PhD degree, established the department in the premises of King George's Medical University. I am going to cover this topic under the questions: what is geriatric mental health and well-being? What is community? Geriatric mental health status and well-being in India, the current status, and what are the community-based approaches for geriatric mental health care? And lastly, the take-home message. As we all know that geriatric means old age, and old age refers to ages nearing or surpassing the life expectancy of a human subject, human being, and is thus the end of human life cycle. And in 2021, it was found that the life expectancy of Indian is about 67.3 years. I am fortunate to announce that 2 days back, I met a very senior person in a program organized by HelpAge India in PPS welfare program, where I have met a 96 years old person who was giving there a lecture about 1 to 2 hours. And this is the strength of our older adults in India. Now, here we see the definition of the health given by the WHO, and in Indian context, Bharatiya text, what are given. The health is a dynamic state of complete physical, mental, spiritual, and social well-being, and not merely absence of the disease or infirmity. Whereas in Indian context, in Ayurveda says that swasmin tishtati iti swastha. जो अपने आप में सुख स्वरूप आत्मा में स्थित है वही स्वस्थ है. सुश्रुत says that समदोषः समाग्निश्च समधातु मलक्रियः प्रसन्नात्मेन्द्रिय मनः स्वस्थ इत्यभिधीयते. जिसको तीनों दोष वात पित्त कफ, जिसकी जठराग्नि सम हो, जिसकी धातुओं रस रक्त मांस अस्थि मेद मज्जा शुक्र की क्रिया सम हो, जिसकी आत्मा इंद्रियां और मन प्रसन्न हो, वह स्वस्थ कहलाता है. पद्म पुराण में कहा गया बुद्धि स्वास्थ्यम मनः स्वास्थ्यम स्वास्थ्यम इंद्रियकम तथा. जिस व्यक्ति की बुद्धि मन तथा सभी इंद्रियों की स्वस्थता हो और उसको धारण करता हो, उसको स्वस्थ कहा जा सकता है. If we see the definition given in the Ayurveda, it is the definition for a person, for a healthy person, which can be achievable. If we want, I should be healthy, then we can be. And it is independent from others and it is achievable. But if you talk about the definition given by the WHO, I think the definition is given about health, swasth, not a definition an individual which is healthy. I think here the spiritual well-being or social well-being is given. If socially a person want to be healthy, it is dependent upon others. So if anyone cannot support you to be healthy, you cannot be healthy. That's why I say that the definition given by the WHO is incomplete. A spiritual component was added after year 1998, about in 2004. What you will say that if economic well-being, political well-being, environmental well-being, and so on, it is correct, or we are going to add it in the definition of the health one by one. So it is incomplete in my point of view. Let us come to the definition of mental health. This is the current definition I have accessed in February 2025. Mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realizes their abilities, learn well and work well, and contribute to their community. It has intrinsic and instrumental value and is integral to our mental well-being. If we see the definition, there is component of a state of mental well-being. A person realizes the abilities, can learn and work well, and able to contribute to his society. If we see this definition in the context of the elderly, we find that there is a physical and mental decay in older persons. As we know that the biological aging starts at the age of 45 years. So we assess individual with their age associated abilities. Of course, the older adults is able to cope with the normal stresses of their life because they have much experience in their life to deal with the problems. Yes, they are less productive than youngers and able to contribute his society. And if they are not able to deal with the situations, we can say that a person is having mental illness or mental health problems. Provided the criteria of latest criteria ICD or DSM-5 is achieved by the clinician to diagnose the case of mental health problem. Earlier, I have discussed the definition about the WHO, and there is a debate, going on debate, and in year 2015, Gardesi advocated a definition of the mental health that it should be included that the dynamic state of internal equilibrium in an individual, then we can say that the person is healthy or mentally healthy. Now, a latest literature that is written by the Professor Shiv Gautam, who were the emeritus professor and was the past president of Indian Association for Geriatric Mental Health. The paper is Concept of Mental Health and Mental Well-being, its Determinants and Coping Strategies. And here we saw that they had written the protective and risk factor for the mental well-being. They discussed that good quality antenatal and postnatal care, early experiences of life, socioeconomic factors, community trust and participation, meaning for life, purposeful life, engagement in spirituality and cultural activities, emotional and social literacy, good quality education, positive relationships, decent jobs and enjoyment, employment, and engagement in physical activity, and of course, access to the green space, free from environmental pollution. These are the protective factors for a good mental well-being. And there is the risk factor, which they mentioned that substance misuse. We have heard the lecture of Professor Rakesh Lal about the substance abuse. Okay, deprivation and poverty, poor housing conditions, successful work environment, unsuccessful work environment, mental health disorders, physical ill health and unemployment and insecurity leads to a bad mental well-being and is a risk factor for a good mental well-being. Seligman told about the PERMA model to be a mentally healthy mental well-being, and it includes the positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning of life, and accomplishments of the work in their life. If we follow the instructions or these protective and risk factors in our life, then we can be healthy, whether we are young, middle-aged, or elderly people in our life. Yes, healthy coping mechanism was also discussed in the paper, that the emotion-focused, problem-focused, meaning-focused, social coping and avoidance-focused coping is the mechanism where ventilation of the emotions, positive reappraisal, humor, positive thinking, these are writing journals, these are the emotion-focused healthy coping mechanism. However, if we are showing that we are very busy in our work, we have not much opportunity to share our feelings and thoughts, and over analyzing the things, overthinking, and living in isolation, not and denial in any stage of the life or problem, and not giving too much time to us, ours, and family, then this is the unhealthy coping mechanism. So be mentally healthy. We can think upon this and try to be healthy coping strategy in our life. What is community? A community is a social unit with communities such as common norms, common religion, common values, customs, and identity. And in community, a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristics in a common is called as community. And if we see the community mental health model, it is given by the WHO, where the awareness generation activity is the fourth most important factor, in which the promotion of positive mental health and across the different sections of the community, psychoeducation to religious organizations, self-help groups, faith healers, and local communities, focus on stigma reduction, rehabilitation services, easily accessible services, and linkages with primary health care, community health care, and tertiary care hospitals, and social welfare and state level legal services authorities, and protection of human rights of the mentally ill persons are the main objectives. And to fulfill these objectives through national mental health program, the district mental health program is launched in our country in 1996 and 1997 after pilot project. And if we see the objectives of the district mental health program, it was early detection and treatment, training and to capacity building of the paramedical mental health professionals, and public awareness generation activities, monitoring and evaluating of the programs, promoting community participation and integration with the primary health care. And one center district early intervention center is also is running in the Department of Psychiatry in the King George Medical University, Lucknow. The latest paper, District Mental Health Program, Then and Now. It is published by Vivek Kripekar in 2024, and they found that there is more advancement in the district mental health program, which was given in earlier years. Here, Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram is initiated in year 2014. After that, a student and a school teacher is involved in the emotional and well-being mental health workshops and conferences. There is a Taluka mental health program, which was extension of a district mental health program, where a psychiatrist and a psychiatric social worker is mandatory to be there for the take care of the program. There is Telemanas program, helpline number is available 24/7, which is monitored by NIMHANS, and technical support is given by the Indian International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. And through Ayushman Bharat, it is advocated that health and wellness center is there. And now this health and wellness center is improved to the Ayushman Arogya Mandir in year 2023. where 1.6 lakh centers, CSC, PSC, and medical college were upgraded in this program. But there was a lacuna in district mental health program also, that there is a shortage of mental health professionals, and most of the professionals were recruited on the contractual basis, and there is a insecurity of their job. And also the total fund is unutilized in this program in 37 states, including Union Territory. So these are the some lacunas of the district mental health programs. But we say that these programs can be merged together, and we can collaborate with these programs to awareness generation of the adolescents and middle-aged professionals, along with the elderly population and the non-governmental organizations also, for the mental well-being of the elderly. If we see the prevalence of the psychiatric illnesses, we have done a study in rural and urban areas, where in urban areas, rural areas, we have found 23.7% total psychiatric morbidity, and in urban area, about 17.3% total morbidity. And the latest literature, longitudinal aging study of India, found that there is 6.9% depression and 3% anxiety disorders prevalent among older adults. And latest research in 2024, it was found that the dementia is prevalent among 7.4% older adults. Thus, we say that there is a huge mental health burden and challenges to the mental health professionals, where we found that about 1 crore 49 lakh older adults residing in our country, and 7.26 million population older adults is not taking any kind of treatment for their mental health problems, because the study says that there is a 84% treatment gap for this population. But it is a very good information that about 79.5% elderly is available to take the responsibility of the community, of their own community, as well as the younger generation, to become an India Viksit Bharat. If we see the resources available in our country for the geriatric mental health population, we found in a survey in National Mental Health Program that only 0.05 to 1.2% is available, psychiatrist is available for 1 lakh population. So there is lack of coordination in National Mental Health Program, National Rural Health Mission Program, and Niti Aayog programs for this. We have also conducted a study in mental health promotion for elderly population in World Health Organization Asia region needs and support, and we found that there is a much less infrastructure to deal with the geriatric and mental health problem, and we found that only 0.07 psychologist is available for 1 lakh population to deal with the mental health problem situation. Similar for the social workers and psychiatrists. Yes. And if we see the guidance on community mental health services by the WHO, the community outreach services, community-based mental health centers, crisis intervention centers, peer support services, supported living assistance, and hospital-based services is important to cater these needs. And in Gujarat, Atmiyata, India, a program is found to be very fruitful, and it was recognized by the WHO, who are dealing with the community for the mental health problems. And if we see, the Help Age India is doing worth program, and there are some old age homes in Lucknow is dealing with these programs also. And अभी देखा गया कि वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए पूरे प्रदेश में डे केयर सेंटर बनेंगे, ये अनाउंस हुआ है. So availability of geriatric mental health services in India for training purpose, our department of Geriatric Mental Health, one new center is initiated in Department of Geriatric Mental Health in LGB Regional Institute of Mental Health, Tezpur. in year 2021. So now there is two departments in our country for the Department of Geriatric Mental Health and Geriatric Psychiatric Unit, NIMHANS, Geriatric Psychiatry Unit, SMS, College Jaipur, Geriatric Psychiatry Unit, EBAS, and Center for Geriatric Studies, Kerala University is doing better job for the treatment and welfare of the senior citizens. And Indian Association for Geriatric Mental Health, Geriatric Psychiatry Specialty Section of IPS and Psychogeriatric Advisory Group is doing the work for the training purposes for the conference organizations and policy making. Other related services are through NGOs. I told about the Helpage India, also Rehabilitation Council of India is giving a certificate course for caregiver, which is 10 months course, and Asa Hospital in Hyderabad, Asta Hospital in Lucknow, Atulya, and Ved. These are the some institutions which are giving the, and Helpage India, which are giving the treatment and care for the older adults. There are many policies governed by the Indian government, and the dementia in India in 2024 documents shows that the social, economic and digital inclusion is required, and digital training is required for the elderly population. And if we see the bottom and up approach is required for the community mental health services to the older adults, the community care, health and wellness center, to the composite rehabilitation center, DMHP, NMHP, and the tertiary care hospital setup services. Yes, this is also the technique which we can use, or the bottom top approach to the individual, to the hospital setting for the care of elderly. And elderly helpline is available 14567 in all over India. It is toll free. It can be utilized for the care of the elderly. This is digital helpline. And some tips we can produce, we can practice our indigenous lifestyle, like ashram vyavastha and purusharth and daily activities to be well. Different techniques can be used for stress management, and yoga is found to be very fruitful in the maintaining blood pressure, can calm and cool to the individual, increase attention span, and yes, the cognitive function also improved if we practice yoga in a totality or a different kind of techniques. One study shows that Om chanting is also beneficial to stress reduction and to improve anxiety and depression symptoms. And also it was found in latest literature that yoga prevents gray matter atrophy in human at risk of Alzheimer's disease. Yes, Professor Rakelas told about the 4As, and I also include one A also. Appreciability is also important for a community mental health services. Yes, and availability is also in a question. There is very less infrastructure available and mental person is available. So lastly, I want to conclude that integrating mental health care with primary health care, all the services in one roof, and training to the caregivers, training to the CSC, PSC level, ASA workers, and other young students. We have also developed life skill training workshop for the geriatric mental health care. 1-day workshop this is, and some useful AI apps you also I recommend to use for the elderly population. And yes, lastly, I want to tell about this book. This is published in 2024 by the Department of Vardhavastha Mansik Swasth by Amit Dristikon, and one by Professor Ramji Lal, Community Psychology Perspective. This is the latest literature. This is also required for the awareness generation and for the study purpose. And last, I acknowledgement my gurus, my professors, my parents, my family, friends, teachers, my alma mater, BHU, RINPAS, KGMU, and organizing committee of the MIT University, And yes, COVID-19 also, जो हमें लेके नहीं गया, left us here on the earth for interacting with you. And lastly, I want to say thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you so very much, sir, for making us dive deep into your hard-earned knowledge. It's a pleasure to have you here. Now, I would request our chairperson, ma'am, Professor Dr. Madhurima Pradhan, ma'am, to felicitate our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Tripathi. With a PhD in stress burnout from Lucknow University, a multiple qualification, ma'am remains committed to education, research, and social responsibility well-being across diverse population. Ma'am, it is my proud privilege to invite you to the dais to share your valuable observations.
A very good afternoon to all of you. And I'm thankful to Professor Zaidi and Amity for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. And the session by Mr. Rakesh Tripathi ji on geriatric mental health in India was very illuminating. And he very clearly discussed the community-based approach of this session. And this shows his modesty to start the session with Guru Vandana, and it is the customary in our culture to pay regards to our Guru in the beginning, and in the evening he ended this session, so I'm really touched with this. Regarding the old age, I must say that it is seen from different perspectives in India and the Western countries. In India, we look forward elderly people for their knowledge, their wisdom, and in our scriptures, we find that we have prayed to God to live for 100 years. 100 साल जीने की कल्पना की गई है. But how this can be possible? The important tips have been given by Professor Tripathi that how we can enhance the protective factors and get rid of risk factors and move towards the successful aging. The successful aging is a recent concept in positive psychology for elderly people, because it's not an overnight phenomena. We live a life, throughout the life we live, we make many choices, and the way we age, the quality of our elderly life depicts, is the mirror of the time that we had spent in earlier. तो मैं कहूँगी कि वृद्धावस्था एक आईना है जो आपको दिखाता है कि आपने पूरी जिंदगी किस प्रकार से बिताई है. So it's not that as a young you are remain careless about your health and you will successfully age. So from the very beginning, you have to start that you have to age successfully, and for which the Indian model of geriatric mental health is the best model. I find that it pays attention to the panchakoshas. You have to take care of your physical health, your pranamaya kosh, how you breathe, how you inhale and bring your life full of energy, how you connect with people, how you fill your mind with positive thoughts, creative thoughts, how you think about your community, and overall, how you remain open to changes. If you are rigid one, if you don't accept changes, because it is true that in India we respect elderly people, it does not mean that we should ignore the young people. The young people are living in a lot of challenges in these times. So elderly people need to be flexible, to open to change as per the time is changing, and accept them, and remain self-contained in this stage.
And they should prepare their life in a way that they should not be asking for help from somebody else. Rather, they should be prepared to give more and more to the society. Physically, economically, socially, the more they can give, the more they will remain happy. And as Dr. Tripathi mentioned that he heard the lecture of a very aged person speaking 90 plus age and delivering the lecture. So it's really enlightening that we see people who are the role model really, who live their life for the fullest and they actualize their potential. So there are many sessions for youth, for other people of the society, but we don't have any workshops which may prepare elderly for successful aging. So we have to prepare for the aging process. We should have to accept it. And secondly, very clearly, Dr. Tripathi has covered so many aspects. He presented the data, the community mental health initiatives that has been taken in India. So I must congratulate for such a wonderful session and giving me this opportunity to chair the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for your valuable observations. Now, I would like to call upon the stage Professor Edzet Edzedi, sir, to kindly felicitate ma'am. Audience, can we please have a big round of applause? It is my proud privilege to thank our speaker of eminence and our chairperson. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for this very valuable session. All the sessions were enlightening and brain stimulating. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, Professor Dr. S.P.K. Jena, sir, and Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Tripathi, sir, for gracing this occasion with their presence and their invaluable insights. I would also like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Madhurima Pradhan, ma'am, and lastly, a bouquet of thanks to our dear Professor Zaidi sir, without whom this event would not have been possible. He is the one who drives the department. Thank you so much, sir. A special thanks to the organizing team who worked tirelessly to make this event a success. This marks the end of the session. Thank you for being such a great audience and have a wonderful day ahead. Few things to note. I request all the participants to share their PPTs to the student coordinators before 3:15 in their allotted venues. And all the participants, please assemble for the group photograph at the foyer outside to document the moment. And lastly, I request everyone to proceed for lunch. But dear participants, it's a kindly hand over the lunch coupons to the student volunteers sitting with the lunch coupon signage. Thank you.
In a conference, and I'm thrilled to present about the mental health community benefits of reattach therapy. Reattach is a brief, friendly intervention. It's a transdiagnostic intervention for children and adults with mental health problems. And transdiagnostic means that we can use it for a broad range of patients. Today, I would like to explain to you how a reattached therapist works, which are the tools, and how we implement it when we work with patients with complex psychiatric problems. So as you can see here, there's a variety of reattached tools. First, we start with an assessment with a CAT, MIST. It's an interview to map complexity and to map the individual state of mind of our patients so we can build tailored sessions. We have WARA, wiring effect with reattach. It's a very brief exercise to reduce negative affect. And we have the core reattach intervention, which is about improving sensory processing and learning conditions. Last but not least, we have a reattach new mind creation, and that is an extension of a reattach session where we can train secure attachment patterns. So today I would like to use the reattach protocol for eating disorders so you can learn how we work with this complex patient group. So as you will know, patients with eating disorders are complex psychiatric conditions. There are severe disturbances in eating behavior, body image, and weight. And eating disorders are transdiagnostic from nature, so they share common underlying factors. Another thing is that multifamily therapy is required. So for reattach as a transdiagnostic intervention, we can say when we look at this summary that reattach is indicated. What have eating disorders in common? They all have a complex relationship with food. Eating can be a source of anxiety, comfort, or control. And it's very interesting that eating, which is so necessary to survival, becomes a threat. It's very dangerous too. It's necessary for survival. So if you look at the eating disorders' underlying mechanism, we see there's negative effect in all types. We see anxiety and stress-related behavior, maladaptive coping, early maladaptive schemas. The strange thing the patients do with food is actually maladaptive coping styles. There are social cognitive distortions, problems with self-awareness, executive functioning problems, impulsivity, and we see that patients with eating disorders all have insecure attachment problems. There is an intolerance of uncertainty from the insecure attachment, and that's a moderating factor in all eating disorders. So now if we start with reattach, we first use reattach MIST. It's a combination of an individual interview, and it's an instrument to map the individual state of mind, but also the co-regulation dynamics in a family. And this helps reattach therapists to build a strategy to how to work with this family system and how to work with this co-regulation dynamics, but also to build tailored sessions for all members of the family that participate. When we work with the actual patients, we start with WARA to validate the need for self-control. So there's a lot of toxic shame, loss of control, negative affect in patients with eating disorders. And the WARA can be used to bring back the self-control, because we can teach the WARA to their patients so they can apply WARA themselves. And with this exercise, which is only about 90 seconds, the patients can use to reduce vara, to reduce food cravings, for instance, and feelings of guilt and shame. Although effective in reducing all these negative feelings, vara itself is not sufficient enough to really help improving this complex psychiatric condition. So then we continue with a tailored reattach session. And reattach is a training in which we improve connectivity between different brain systems. So we start activating the mirror neuron system, then with a social cognitive training, the mentalizing system, and we can use that to address social cognitive distortions. We use identifications to improve learning conditions. And last but not least, we use cognitive bias modification to actually train new adaptive behavior and activate growth mindset. So for patients, reattach is really a training. I find this part, identification, very important in reattach and more specifically in eating disorders. We identify ourselves with things we want to learn or things we lost and things we have no regulation function anymore. And if you look at patients with eating disorders, they lost the functionality of their body. It seems there's some kind of alienation of the body, as if it doesn't belong to them anymore. And the brain obsessively wants to control this body. The identification part in reattach is important because we don't identify with positive body images, but actually with a realistic self, since we are our bodies and the body is part of the self. Loss of connectivity with the self must be threatening and a reinforcing factor of stress and anxiety itself, causing the patient to obsessively try to avoid, compensate, or camouflage these negative feelings. And precisely due to the loss of connectivity, the body becomes increasingly isolated in the perception of the patient from the rest of the self. So this is a core symptom we treat with working with patients with eating disorders. Now, this cognitive bias modification, the learning part of the reattach therapy, we can use to improve self-awareness, self-compassion, to reduce toxic shame, self-acceptance, and also very important self-care. If you think about it, patients with eating disorders, they don't take very good care about their physical health. And focusing on self-care is very important for adaptive coping and recovery. We also need to retrain the optimism bias. Optimism bias is the feeling that everything will be fine eventually or in the near future. It's a sense of trust that one can recover anyway. So if we don't work on an optimism bias, patients will have passive coping styles, and these are not very adaptive. With reattach, there's also room for psychoeducation, and the psychoeducation can be integrated in the sessions itself. For instance, about filtering social media, unfollowing unwanted content, being critically reflective, and also communicating about body shaming. What is body shaming? How did it affect our patient? And it's a motivation to treat other persons more respectfully. It's also very important to practice how to respectfully redirect body conversations with others and shift attention to health, strength, or toned muscle mass instead of weight. The last element of reattach is new mind creation. New mind creation is about training secure attachment patterns. We can code negative affect as safe, and with the brain functioning as in a safe mode, we can explore new thoughts and skills. It's important to improve the tolerance for positive self-related information because patients with complex psychiatric complaints, they lose the confidence in positive information about the self, for instance, in compliments. And in order to grow, it's important to trust positive information and to code it from secure attachment. A tolerance for differences in appearances is also a goal we need to accomplish. And of course, dealing with the uncertainty, because the intolerance of uncertainty causes perfectionism, and perfectionism can easily lead towards an eating disorder. So we come to a conclusion that as a transdiagnostic intervention, which is brief and friendly, we think that reattach is promising for eating disorders. It's a compassionate approach. It addresses underlying transdiagnostic factors. It's tailored, strategic, and systemic. We involve family members. We help with the validation of the need for self-control with the WARA, and we can improve the focus on body identification, which is very important to retrieve a realistic body image. Last but not least, we train secure attachment and reframe positive self-information with a new mind creation. This protocol for reattach and eating disorders will be published soon in Reattach Affect Coach Journal. In this journal, in the editorial board, is also Dr. Ashutosh Srivastava present, who is mainly responsible for Reattach Academy India, and he will be one of the co-authors of this protocol. I thank you all for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and if you would like to receive a copy of the thesis, Reattach a Transdiagnostic Intervention for Children and Adults with Mental Health Problems, please give me an email so I can mail it to you. Thank you.
You, Dr. Bartholomeus, for your insightful presentation. Her expertise and dedication to advancing mental health solutions were truly inspiring. I feel her presentation will leave a lasting impact on all attendees. Special thanks to Dr. Devrat Kumar, and we are fortunate to have you amongst us today. I would kindly request our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Kumar, to share his valuable perspective on this important subject.
Audible? Am I audible? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, First of all, I thank Dr. Paula, and I'm really sorry for joining late because of some technical glitches. I was trying from 2:40 to join, and then there were some issues, so I was not able to join. So I'm really sorry for that. In fact, I have heard about this therapy, so I'm really glad that you are presenting, and I have an opportunity to chair this session. Um, uh, uh, Honestly speaking, I have not practiced this therapy, so I do not know much about this therapy. But the context of this particular talk was the start doing mental health intervention in community settings, and I work in that area, and I understand the need for this kind of therapies because we have lots and lots of therapies which go for months and years and things like that. And now in today's world, it is becoming increasingly difficult for the clients and the therapists to conduct such kind of therapies. So we need to have therapies which are very focused. They may not be very intensive. They may not be very, kind of going to the childhood experiences and things like that. But they approach, they target the symptoms, they target the experiences, and on top of that they target the self-esteem, self-worth and all. So I really thank you for presenting this, and I missed first a few slides, and I feel that I'll go back to YouTube and watch your this one. um, i can take I can take one or two quick questions, right? Yeah, so anyone would like to, I mean, I think all the audience will accept that this is an opportunity that Dr. Paula herself is talking. So please ask a few questions. If not, then I will ask.
Okay.
Anyone, you can write in your chat box. Okay. So by the time we get any question from the audience, may I ask you something? Um, the concept of attachment and the deviations in schema and all are very pertinent from the perspective of psychosis. Also, I work in the area of psychosis, and now the focus of psychosis is changing. The intervention of psychosis is changing really a lot, where we are talking about, lots of people are talking about that how early childhood experiences, the trauma and other things can have impact upon. They may not be solely responsible for the genesis of psychotic experiences, but they may have very important role in shaping it up. um, so do you feel that this therapy, this specific therapy, has any role in those who are having psychosis?
Yes. I think if someone has psychosis, there's a loss of connectivity with a realistic brain. As I talked about with the eating disorders, people lost a sense of their body. There's an alienation, and it's because there is poor information processing. So sensory integration decreases. The mentalization network is a poor connectivity with the mentalization. So eventually people get self-centered, self-focused, and they get stuck in their own mind. And you see that perception changes in many disorders, not only in psychosis. So you could talk about mini psychosis when the brain is disrupted a little bit, and eventually, yeah, big psychosis with a lot of loss of reality. And reattach retrains healthy information processing. So working with patients with psychosis, the restorance of the information processing is the first step. Yeah.
And you conduct all these reattached therapy in individual to individual interactions, not no group interactions.
I'm sorry, I didn't really
So
get the question.
this therapy does not have a group therapy model. It is just individual
It's
discussion?
individual, and the WARA, the brief exercise, is very important for complex and heavy patients with a lot of symptoms to start with, because it gives back the sense of self-control, and that can be done online. And that's a huge opportunity for also for India, where there's so many people and so little psychologists, right? And it can be done remotely. Mara, you can teach your patients, and it gives them back the first sense of self-control. And it reduces a lot of negative feelings, suicidal thoughts, but also like brain fog with post-COVID syndrome. It's all negative effect, information that is not processed yet. And I will give you the opportunity to attend an online WARA training in English if you send me an email. So I
Thank
have
you
an
so
online training, you can follow it and you can teach your patients. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I did not get any question from the audience, so I just wind it up. And I must thank you, really thank you for taking your own time. There must be time difference, right? It must be morning in Netherlands.
Yeah, it was a bit challenging, but it's always very good to join you. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you.
And have a nice day. Bye bye.
Excuse me, sir, there is someone in the audience who wants to ask a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
You can come up.
Thank you so much for everyone present here. Ma'am, I have a question for you. First of all, I will thank you so much for such an insightful therapy. I am a 53 years old person going through menopause. I have started craving food. Like whenever I feel stressed, it's like food is I crave food like anything else, and it satisfies me. So can this therapy, the reattach idea of your therapy or the this program help me? Can it help me in any way?
Yes. I think for the cravings, especially interesting is WARA, because a craving is a negative effect. It's something we also use in addiction. So for the menopause craving of food, you can also use the WARA exercise. And if you go to my website, reattachacademy.com, or you go to my email, paula@reattachacademy.nl, I can send you the inlog for an English WARA training, and you can practice to reduce the craving yourself. Yeah.
I hope by this the query of the audience is clarified. Well, Dr. Paula, I am Zaidi. I'm looking after this conference at this department. And I, on behalf of my university and chancellor and vice chancellor and all the participants, wish you a very deep, deep gratitude for attending this program from such a long distance and connecting absolutely in time in spite of all technical hazards. And that shows that your commitment for your concept of reattachment therapy and the way you want to propagate this thing. I'm sure that there would be opportunity when I will request you to conduct few session workshop type so that our students are also trained. And we may like to extend our vision and part of the training by having you in this system. Dr. Devrath, thank you very much. for joining as and sharing the session. I know that how busy you are, multiple assignments, and I know that Nimhans is going through inspection of Raj Bhasha, and you are the nodal officer, and in spite of that, you have spared some time, and that shows that our very deep-seated attachment of the academic as well as the personal interactions with this department and your department. Thank you very much. And it was really indeed very encouraging, but because when we thought of having the hybrid sessions, I was not very sure that how successful it would be and how far we would be able to connect. But to great surprise that this session has been started and completed absolutely dot of the time. And while the face-to-face session, we had to hear up the audience and to start the session in time. Thank you very much, Devrat sir, as well as Dr. Paula. Over to Pragyan ma'am.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. It's been great listening to your discourse, and I'm very grateful to sir also, Zedi sir, for wanting to have your session at our university, and I'm sure our students are going to benefit immensely. Thank you once again to both you, Paula, and Dr. Devrat, for gracing this conference. Our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was the last eminent speaker session. I request you all the delegates and participants, to assemble in the foyer once again for the photograph. And after this technical session, and then you can proceed to your respective venues for the scientific session. I hope to see you all tomorrow with the same zeal at 10 a.m. for Dr. Kirmani's session. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day. Thank you. So for that, just a second. Session 1, auditorium, Chair Dr. Heman Naidu, Co-Chairperson Ms. Anushma Dubey, and Faculty Coordinator Dr. Madhuman. And session 2 is in multi-purpose hall, Chairperson Professor Krishna Dutt, and Co-Chairperson Dr. Deepa Ma'am. Third session is in conference room, first floor, clock tower, Chairperson Dr. Archana Shukla Ma'am, Co-Chairperson Dr. Shivali Ma'am. Fourth session, mini theater, AB6, third floor, IBAS. Chairperson Dr. Shabri Datta Ma'am, and Co-Chairperson Mrs. Saima Ma'am. Session 5, venue PG Lab, AB6, third floor, IBAS. Chairperson Dr. Shazia Ma'am, Co-Chairperson Ms. Anamika Ma'am. That's it for the day. Thank you.
I would like to request the participants of the scientific session 1 to stay back and please send me their PowerPoint presentations, namely Miss Shobha S., Miss Akhila S. Kumar, Miss Anushka Jaiswal, Miss Swapnil Vasudev Bhopi, Miss Kashish Ashok Kaushik, Miss Priyanshi Singh, Miss Rituja Yole, and Miss Mansi Bhatia. I would request you all to please send your PPTs on the following email: nsing10@lko.amity.edu. That is nsing10@lko.amity.edu. If you have any confusion, our student volunteer Divyanshu is here to help you with that, but please send your PPTs as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, I would like to request all the participants of session 1 to verbally confirm if they're present for the session. Miss Shobha S, are you present over here? Okay. Miss Akhila S. Kumar. Miss Anushka Jaiswal, are you present? Okay. Miss Swapnil Vasudev Bhopi, are you present? Okay. Miss Kashish Ashok Kaushik, are you present? Miss Priyanshi Singh. Rituja Yole, are you present? Miss Rituja? Okay. And Miss Mansi Bhatia. Miss Mansi Bhatia, are you present over here? She's coming. Good afternoon to the students, faculties, presenters, and our respected chair, Dr. Hemant Naidu, sir, and our co-chair, Miss Anshuma Dubey, ma'am. I, Bhavini Tiwari from the Department of Clinical Psychology, would like to warmly welcome you all to the IBAS CRE Conference 2025 on the theme Community Health and Integrative Approach. I feel privileged to be here today in a gathering of psychology professionals and students here to form a community that share common goals, the progress of the psychological community. Yet, when I look at mental well being in our times, it seems to be a uniquely individual endeavor involving an exclusive exchange of services rather than a building of a societal safety net of emotional and resource based support. Today, we are here to exchange ideas on how we can bring this model of community mental health and well being to real life fruition. Now, we would like to I would like to have the honor to introduce our chair and co-chair for the session. Our chair, Dr. Hemant Naidu sir, has done his MBBS from MGM Medical College, Indore in 1983 and his diploma in psychological medicine from the Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi in 1991. Presently, he is head of clinical services at Noor Manzil Psychiatric Center, Lucknow from 2000 onwards. He has published and presented more than 20 scientific papers till date, and his areas of interest lie in addiction psychiatry, personality disorders, and psychopharmacology. Our co-chair for today is Ms. Anshuma Dubey, ma'am. She is a registered clinical psychologist with more than 9 years of teaching experience with the Department of Clinical Psychology. She is currently pursuing her PhD and is engaged with subjects like behavioral medicine, psychiatry, and psychological assessments. With that, I would like to begin this scientific session. But before calling our speakers to stage, I want to request you all to pay attention to the following rules and strictly observe them while on stage. The participants will have a total of 8 minutes to present their work. This will be followed by queries and discussions of their respective work. A reminder bell would ring after the lapse of 7 minutes, and you are requested to wind up in the remaining 1 minute. Audience participation is strongly encouraged. With that, let's begin this journey together. Our first speaker for the day is Ms. Akhila S. Kumar. With the changing times, it's become more and more relevant for us to educate our teenagers about sexual behavior. And this speaker is contributing to that very important area by studying about attachment styles and sexual motives in young adults. Please come on stage, Ms. Akhila S. Kumar, to present her topic, Attachment Styles and Sexual Motives as Predictors of Sexual Behavior Among Young Adults, co-authored with S. Manushri, Suhani Khandelwal, and Vanshika Walia. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. Today, I, Vanshika Walia, along with my group members, Manushri, Suhani, Akhila, and Ghazal. So, we are going to present our research, which is on the topic attachment styles and sexual motives as predictors of sexual behavior among young adults. There has been an evolution in terms of studying human sexual behavior, from early focus on animal sexuality to the psychological, social, and cultural aspects of sexual behavior. Talking about sexual behavior, it includes actions that are driven by pleasure, reproduction, intimacy, and emotional connection. Sexual motives refer to the underlying psychological, emotional, and social reasons that drive individuals to engage in sexual behavior. Types of sexual motives that drive human interactions are two: extrinsic and intrinsic. Intrinsic includes pleasure and intimacy, and extrinsic includes societal norms and validation. So, we have included two theoretical frameworks in our study. First one being self-determination theory, which includes psychological needs of autonomy, connectedness, and relatedness. Second one being the attachment theory given by Bowlby and Ainsworth.
Next, we come to review of literature. So the first would be attachment theory given by Bowlby and Ainsworth in 1969. So this theory basically says that human relationships are shaped by early life experiences, and there are four attachment styles: secure, anxious, avoidant, and fearful. Sexual motive research done by Brunel and Webster in 2013 found that people engage in sex for various reasons. It could be intrinsic and extrinsic. Intrinsic, for example, emotional connection, pleasure, and love. Extrinsic would be validation, pressure, and social status. Right? uh, Skagner and Shaver in 2004 found that people with secure attachment indulge in sex for bonding. People with anxious attachment indulge in sex for reassurance, and people with avoidant attachment style indulge in sex for control or avoidance of intimacy.
So the theoretical framework that we used is self-determination theory, which is based on the work of Richard Ryan and Edward Dacey. So he talks about three basic needs: competence, autonomy, and relatedness. Okay, so in context of sexual behavior, the theory talks about sexual behavior may fulfill individuals' need for relatedness through intimacy and connection, autonomy by expressing one's desires and preferences, and competence by engaging in satisfying and pleasurable experiences. So this is to also say that people don't only engage in sex not only for satisfying physiological urges, but also to fulfill psychological needs, that is intimacy, autonomy, and competence. And sexual motives, that is also the three of them, are interrelated.
So the objectives for our study is to investigate the relationship between sexual motives, attachment styles, and sexual behavior among young adults, to explore how sexual motives and attachment styles predict sexual behavior among individuals in India. The first hypothesis would be there will be a significant relationship between sexual motives and attachment styles among individuals in India, with specific motives correlating with certain attachment style. The second hypothesis would be attachment styles will significantly predict sexual behavior among individuals in India, with individuals displaying secure attachment styles exhibiting healthier behaviors.
So moving with the methodology part, so we mainly utilized a quantitative research design using quantitative questionnaires and scales, and our sample concluded of 20 to 81 adults aged between 20 to 40 years of participants. So our inclusion criteria was this, genders male and female, in single individuals who were previously in committed relationship, married individuals, those who are already in a committed relationship, and those are the others are falling by. So the tools, the particular questionnaires we used was sexual motives questionnaires by Vanessa Turon. So this was used to measure the different types of sexual motivations, and the motives were appease and to prevent harm, reassure self, relational, reputation and pleasure. And the measurement of attachment style by Naseem Muhammad was used to measure the 4 different attachment styles. And for the sex behavior, we used sex behavior questionnaire by I.J. Eisenseck, and the sexual behaviors which were studied was petting, intercourse and perversion. And for the data analysis, we run a regression analysis and a correlation analysis. So to talk about the results, when we did the correlation analysis, in the secure attachment, we found that it was negatively correlated with sexual motives like appeasement, prevent harm, which suggested securely attached individuals are likely to engage in sexual activities for these motives. And for ambivalent attachment, it was positively correlated with appeasement, prevent harm, and reassure self, indicating individuals with ambivalent attachments are more likely to engage in sexual activities due to insecurity. And in insecure attachment, it was positively correlated with appeasement, prevent harm, and reputation, suggesting in insecure attached individuals use sex to avoid conflict and maintain status. When we did the correlation analysis between sexual motives and sexual behaviors, prevent harm negatively correlated with intercourse, petting, and perversion, and pleasure positively correlated with intercourse, petting, and perversion. So moving on to the regression analysis to find the to predict the nature on sexual behavior, on how attachment styles and sexual motive acted upon it. So in the petting behavior, pleasure significantly predicted petting, ambivalent attachment negatively predicted petting, and in intercourse behavior, ambivalent attachment had a small but significant negative effect, and pleasure strongly predicted intercourse, and perversion behavior, the pleasure predicts perversion. So the discussion talks about how we found a significant relationship between the 3 variables and how the 3 different attachment styles had varying different sexual motives and how they affected sexual behavior. So the results confirm that attachment insecurities contribute to sex driven by fear and validation, whereas approach-oriented motives like pleasure and relational intimacy promote more fulfilling sexual relationships.
Okay, so the implications include that these findings can provide insights for the therapists, educators, and policy makers. And we have incorporated attachment and SDT, and that can be used into sex education and can enhance relationship awareness and improve decision-making skills. Limitations are that this study focuses on sexual motives and attachment styles, and we have overlooked the personality traits, mental health, trauma, and also we have excluded the LGBTQ dynamics. Thank you.
Stage is now open for questions from our chairs, co-chairs, and the audience. Thank you.
I would request the participants and the delegates here to ask the questions because it is important for you. Anybody have questions?
Actually, I don't have a question. I just have a curiosity. I just want to know your objectives. Can I see the objectives?
Yeah, sure.
And you have presented very well. I'm very happy about the presentation.
Thank you.
Can I see the objectives? From where you have taken the data?
Sorry, sir?
Data from where you have taken?
So it was So it was assuming you're asking about the participants, right?
Yeah.
So it was like a Google form which we circulated among our it's not like a particular population. So we just looked around for individuals between 20 to 40 years, and then they were asked to fill it.
That's okay, but area
Area.
of this country, from which place?
It was majorly Delhi NCR area.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you are contradicting yourself. When you are saying majorly it was from Delhi NCR and you are presenting here individuals in India. Delhi and NCR is not in India only. So when you are writing a research paper, you need to be very, very specific. The data was taken from this place. This is a reflection. And you have, can I see the results? Yeah, negatively correlated. What does it mean?
So, sir, negative. So, if I'm talking about the secure attachment part, so when we say negatively correlated with preventing harm, so it means that in the securely attachment, people will not do or indulge in sexual activities in order to prevent harm in a relationship. For example, there can be reasons that if they don't indulge in a sexual activity, there might be something unpleasant between the couples. So, as securely attached people will not indulge in sexual activity in order to just prevent a harm in a relationship.
Okay. Was it significantly negatively correlated or it was negatively correlated?
It was, we are getting a p-value less than 0.05, but we are not even saying it's very significant, but then we are just saying that we got a significant value. Of course, the effect is size.
I
Effect
suggest
size is small.
you read an excellent paper by Cohen.
Yeah.
Cohen. He has done how we can correlate, when we say it is weak correlation, moderate correlation. The paper name is Primer, Primer.
Primer.
So it will help you to understand how we can intensify the correlation thing.
Okay.
All the best, huh?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Kirmani, sir, for your inputs. I have also one suggestion for you. Since you are taking very sensitive variables with you, I would also suggest to either replicate or just see the qualitative work as well. And a qualitative analysis will help you out to take it into the real meaning of this research. This is my input and suggestion. Very well presented.
Anybody wants to ask something? From your end?
Thank you so much, dear participants, for your well-presented work. Moving on to the next participant. As a student of English literature in my undergraduate years, we used to talk about what is on the page, that is the text, and what is on the page, that is the subtext. And on a similar note, our next speaker is talking about the subliminal messages and the hidden potential of the human mind. So I would like to invite Ms. Anushka Jaiswal to present her paper, Subliminal Messages Unlocking the Hidden Potential of the Mind, a review, co-authored by Ms. Soni Keval Ramani.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anushka Jaiswal, and today I'll be presenting my paper titled Subliminal Messages, Unlocking the Hidden Potential of the Mind. It's a review paper, and so let's begin. Have you ever felt like sometimes you make a decision, but then later realize that it was influenced by something else? That maybe your decision wasn't as conscious as you thought it was. Today, this paper explores the science behind subliminal messages and how they interact with our subconscious mind. Let's start with the subconscious mind. Sigmund Freud divided the mind into three parts: the conscious, what we are aware of, the unconscious, what we aren't aware of, and the subconscious, The subconscious is very interesting because it holds memories in a silent operator, and it controls emotions and decisions realizing. Let's understand the subconscious on a neurological level now. What if I told you that even before you decide to do something, your brain has already made the decision? Sounds weird, but Benjamin Libet, in his groundbreaking study, proved that when he asked experiment participants to flex their wrist like this whenever they wished, spontaneously, he installed EEG scans all over their head. And according to his shocking discovery, the brain initiated the decision 550 milliseconds before the participants themselves were aware of the decision. Similarly, John Dylan Hines in 2008 took this further using functional MRI. He predicted the behavior that the participants were going to make 7 seconds before the participant made that behavior. Now, the interesting thing is that the participants were told to spontaneously do a very small movement, such as clicking a button, whenever they wish. And they thought they were making the decision in that moment. But according to the scans, the decision was already made 7 seconds before. So, who made that decision? This raises the fundamental question. If our decisions happen before we are aware of them, is free will just an illusion? Well, this may mean that the subconscious processes drive the decision before the conscious even registers them. Daniel Kahneman, in his dual process theory, explains this as two systems of the mind. System one is automatic thought. It is intuitive, fast, and subconscious in nature, while system two is deliberate, slow, and logical thinking. The subconscious mind works on system one, as you may have already guessed. Now, let's talk about subliminal perceptions. Subliminal perception, sorry, Subliminal perceptions bypass the system 2 and work with system 1 thinking. Subliminal perceptions are any kind of stimulus, whether auditory or visual, that are presented below the threshold of conscious awareness. For example, if the human ear can hear sounds from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, any kind of auditory stimulus below 20 hertz can be a subliminal stimulus. In a groundbreaking study, Dahan and his colleagues in 1998 used fMRI scans to show that subliminal words still activate brain regions related to meaning and decision making. That means even when the participants weren't aware that they are hearing something, their brain was registering something. But how does this influence in the real world? Let's start with understanding how it influences consumer behavior. Marketing and advertisement is one of the key areas that uses subliminal perception. One of the most famous researches by Kerman in 2006 and his colleagues, participants were subliminally shown a brand name, Lipton Ice, flashing before them for only 23 milliseconds. That is too little time for you to consciously be able to perceive an image. However, this flashing of Lipton Ice later resulted in when the participants were asked to choose a drink, those who were already thirsty significantly were more likely to pick Lipton Ice. However, those who were not thirsty did not show the same result. This proves that subliminal messages don't force choice. Rather, they just enhance your pre-existing motivations. Similarly, Strahan in 2002 found that subliminal exposure to thirst-related words increased water consumption, but only in already pre-existing thirsty participants. Another very interesting study done by Winkman in 2005 demonstrated that when people were subliminally exposed to happy faces, they were more likely to drink more beverages and were willing to pay more for it in comparison to the participants who were subliminally shown angry faces. That means being uh, our emotions are constantly being affected by these subliminal cues all around us. Subliminal influences exceeds beyond advertisement. It is also seen in motivation, performance, and learning. Riddell in 2009 found that when athletes were subliminally exposed to words like freedom or choice, they performed better than the athletes who were subliminally exposed to words like duty or obligation. Even though this subliminal perception is very fascinating and it's actually quite effective as the studies tell us, there is an ethical concern. This is because it can be used in advertising to manipulate customer choices or even in politics to influence public opinion. The lack of informed consent here makes this a controversial topic because you never know what you're being subliminally influenced to do. However, there are limitations to this as well. Subliminal effects are short-lived and context-dependent. They do not create new desires, they only amplify pre-existing desires. Individual differences also matter. Some people are more susceptible to subliminal perceptions than others. So while the effect of subliminal messages are real, they are not a magic tool for mind control. To summarize, subliminal messages do influence thoughts, emotions, and behavior, but their effects are subtle and dependent on the context. Neuroscience has proven that their impact is real. However, ethical concerns remain. The biggest takeaway you can take from this paper is that awareness is our biggest
You
defense.
have 1 minute left.
Once we understand how the subconscious influences work, we gain more control over our choices. So, what do you think? Are your decisions truly yours, or are you just responding to subliminal cues all around you? Thank you.
The stage is now open for questions.
So it was well presented and the concept was quite novel. I know whenever you are presenting, you are always running short of time, but I think you'll get used to it, but it was well presented.
Thank you, sir.
Anushka, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Anushka, how do we measure this? How, like in empirical research, how are we are going to measure as a psychologist?
So, ma'am, subliminal effects can only be measured through behavior. Since this is a subconscious process happening, we don't have direct access. However, human beings will always show through behavior whatever is going in the mind. So, behavioral observations is our only tool in terms of subliminal studies.
So it can be done only by the experts.
Well, neuroscience is another
Yes.
way we can see subliminal messages
Yes.
because it does activate brain regions that the person themselves aren't aware of. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, ma'am.
Any questions from the house? Anybody? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for showcasing your hard work here today. So our next presenter for the day is Miss Rituja Yoli. She is here to talk about the experience of minorities and the marginalization they may face, specifically in the LGBTQIA plus community. The paper is titled Experience of Minority Stress and Marginalization in the LGBTQIA plus, co-authored by Dr. Chaya Gupta.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rutuja, and I'm here to present my review study on the experience of minority and marginalization in LGBTQ plus a community. This research explores the psychological, social, and health-related impacts of minority stress while highlighting the coping mechanism and policy implications for improving the LGBTQ community well-being. To begin, let's define to key concepts, that is minority stress and marginalization. Minority stress refers to the unique chronic stress experienced by individuals belonging to the stigmatized and marginalized groups. And marginalization can be referred to as by the process by which certain groups are excluded from full participation in the society, leading to social, economic, and political disadvantages. This marginalization leads to minority stress in LGBTQ community. To better understand minority stress, we refer to Mayer's minority stress model. He has given three concepts that are distal stressors, proximal stressors, coping and resilience factor. The distal stressors are the external factors and proximal stressors are the internal factors. This model explains how internal stressors such as discrimination and social stigma interacts with the internal factors like internalized homophobia and expectations of rejection. These stressors ultimately contribute to mental health disparities. Additionally, coping and resilience mechanisms play a role in moderating these effects, helping individuals to navigate their experiences. Now let's examine the key findings from the existing literature that supports our understanding of minority stress and marginalization in LGBTQ individuals. It significantly impacts their mental health. Research by Mayer and Hetzenbuehler shows that minority stress leads to increased rate of anxiety, depression, suicidality, and rumination. LGBTQ individuals also experience higher level of emotional dysregulation, social isolation due to stress of discrimination. Workplace and social marginalization. Studies like those by Levitas et al. And Bridget et al. Highlights workplace discrimination, wage gaps, and career limitation faced by these individuals. LGBTQ individuals earn on average 10% less than heterosexual counterparts even after having same education and experience. Additionally, James et al. Found that transgender individuals face significant employee insecurity due to a lack of inclusive policy. Healthcare disparities. Pickett et al. And Portion et al. Found that LGBTQ individuals often experience discrimination in healthcare settings using to medical mistrust and violence of necessary care. This contributes to the poorer overall outcomes. It also impacts their physical health significantly. In a research by Heisenberg et al. Established link between minority stress and higher rates of cardiovascular disease, hypertension, and immune system dysregulation. This finding suggests that chronic stress manifests not only psychologically but also physiologically. James et al. Found improving community support and promoting therapy and making it a more inclusive space can reduce the stress. Future implication. Based on this finding, several key areas need to be addressed to improve the well-being of LGBTQ individuals. First of all, policy reform, strengthening legal protection in workplace, healthcare, and education can reduce the marginalization effect. Future studies should focus on exploring how race, socioeconomic status, and gender identity interact with minority stress. Access to affirmative therapies and community system support should be expanded. Advocacy and awareness can also help reduce the stigma and promote acceptance. In conclusion, minority stress has a profound impact on LGBTQ individuals, leading to significant mental and physical health disparities, work health disparities, healthcare, and legal system discrimination. Further, these challenges, particularly for transgender individuals, are more. However, social support, affirmative therapies, and policy reforms can help mitigate this effect and promote resilience. Thank you.
The stage is now open for questions.
Rutuja,
Yes.
any questions from the house? I have one suggestion, beta. Whenever we are reviewing now, so always check types of review process. And you should include, because you have reviewed a lot of papers. So always remember, whenever you are presenting or writing a paper, as a review paper, just follow the guidelines. There is Prisma guideline which you can follow for systematic review. So type of review paper should be mentioned and the method should be followed like that. Okay. Rest of the things are, if you are planning to publish this paper, just follow the review ki guideline. Okay. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your hard work and research with us. So now moving on with the evening, we are going to our next presenter, who is going to talk about something we all have done. So the next topic is maladaptive daydreaming and internet addiction in young people, a cross-cultural study presented by Ms. Mansi Bhatia.
Good evening, everybody. I hope I'm audible. So my name is Mansi Bhatia, and I am going to be presenting my paper on maladaptive daydreaming and internet addiction among young people, a cross-cultural study. So daydreaming is something that we all do. It's a very common mental activity, right? But when we daydream so much that it disrupts our daily functioning is what is called maladaptive daydreaming. And it's not very uncommon, surprisingly. So maladaptive daydreaming can lead to disruptive daily functioning and significant distress in the lives of individuals who suffer with maladaptive daydreaming. It was first described by Dr. Eli Somer, who's an Israeli psychologist who works in the University of Haifa. It involves excessive fantasizing, social isolation, and physical movements while daydreaming. And individuals often experience decreased social interactions and a strong desire to continue fantasizing, leading to frustration when interrupted. Now, the urge to daydream is so much that they want to continue to stay alone and daydream and not socialize with other people. I would also like to mention that the mention of maladaptive daydreaming was first done in 2002. And ever since then, Dr. Eli Somer has been contacted by thousands of people around the world, sharing their personal experiences with maladaptive daydreaming, saying that they thought that they were the only ones. And it's so nice that they have been able to put a label on what they've been experiencing throughout their lives. Also, since then, the phenomenon has been studied by international consortium of researchers from the US, Poland, Switzerland, Israel, Greece, etc., but not so much so in the eastern part of the world, the global south, India, and other countries. Now, similarly, internet use is not something that we're not aware of. We all use the internet. Some would even raise their hands if I ask, do you all think you're addicted to the internet? A lot of us would raise our hands, right? And that's okay. I mean, not okay, but it's something that we've just accepted at this point. It's basically the inclination towards misuse and uncontrolled use of the internet, so much so that it hinders day-to-day activities. And this is usually known as internet addiction or internet addiction disorder. All right, on to the rationale. Basically, maladaptive daydreaming, as I mentioned, was only first introduced in 2002. So it's still it's an emerging area. There's still a lot that needs to be studied. It's under research presently and under recognized as a potential psychological disorder. There's a huge gap in the literature, and there's only been a few isolated case reports so far in India. There have been individuals who've been coming for a treatment in the psychological clinics, but they don't know what they're going through. So usually they are the intervention strategies that are used for maladaptive daydreaming is CBT. Right. So these findings underscore the need for more comprehensive research into maladaptive daydreaming, particularly in diverse cultural settings, thus justifying its selection as a key variable in this research paper. And similarly, internet addiction, thanks to COVID, all of us have been really addicted to our phones and internet. So this is something that we all have been struggling with, and more people, younger people, have been coming up with internet addiction. So I feel like we really need to take this seriously and start coming up with intervention strategies earlier when individuals are younger, so as to basically be able to help individuals deal with it later on in life. Now, this study was a cross-cultural study. The sampling method used in the study was convenience sampling. Basically, we had a Google questionnaire, which was uploaded in various different online spaces, forums, and a lot of people from Western countries, particularly the United States, filled our questionnaire, and also a lot of Indian population filled the questionnaire. So we were able to do a cross-cultural study. As a result of that, had a total of 260 respondents that fit the WHO's criteria of adolescents and youth, basically ages ranging from 13 to 24, from both Eastern and Western cultures. And the data collection tools that we used was the MDS-16 scale developed by Dr. Ellie Sommer, and also the internet addiction test. Now, these were, as you can see, the results of our study. We applied a t-test, and we found that there was a significant difference in the occurrence of maladaptive daydreaming in Western culture and Eastern culture. The occurrence was higher in Western culture as compared to Eastern culture. Mean values also further reveal that individuals from Western cultures exhibit a higher frequency of maladaptive daydreaming compared to their Eastern counterparts. Internet addiction, the results for this variable were not far from what we were expecting. There were no significant difference between the two cultures, suggesting that both the cultures have an equal frequency of internet addiction or internet usage, regardless of the culture that they were coming from. Now, this study provides evidence for the presence of maladaptive daydreaming among young people in both Eastern and Western cultures. And while previous research
You have 1 minute left.
While previous research has focused on Western populations, there need to be studies in the Indian context particularly. And there have been widespread personal accounts of maladaptive daydreaming as well, as I have mentioned before. And to bridge this, it has also not yet been clinically recognized uh, by professionals, and also has no mention in the DSM. So this gap needs to be bridged, and further research needs to be further research is needed among on the prevalence of maladaptive daydreaming, its causes, its intervention strategies, and its relation to other variables. Clinicians should also incorporate the assessments for maladaptive daydreaming in their practice and apply intervention methods identified in existing studies. And in contrast, internet addiction showed no significant cultural.
Your time is over.
All right, thank you so much.
The stage is now open for questions.
I just have a small question. Could you study any interlink between the internet use and the maladaptive daydreaming? Was there any correlation between the two?
Yes, that is one of the limitations of my study. We had initially planned to do a correlation between maladaptive daydreaming and internet addiction, since these two variables have been studied before, and there have been a correlation between the two variables. But for this study, we were only able to do a comparison between the cultures. But it is not something that I'm going to be abandoning for now. This is going to be something that I'm going to be working on in the future. So I will be exploring the relationship between these two variables in my future studies.
Mansi, can you please tell me the bifurcation of the data from Western culture and Indian culture, because you have not mentioned here?
Sorry?
How many participants were from West culture and from India?
So basically equal amounts of participants, 260 participants. Half of the participants I had, total respondents were 325. And from that, we had taken 260 respondents, 130 from Eastern culture, particularly American participants, and 130 from.
And what was the sampling technique?
Sorry?
Sampling technique?
Convenience sampling was used. We had formed a Google questionnaire, and we had uploaded it on various forums and internet spaces where we could get responses from the sample population.
How you have excluded the participants?
Basically, those participants who did not fit the age criteria, we did not
Okay.
include them in the research.
Okay. Any other thing like major psychiatric illnesses or something like that you have excluded?
Not really, ma'am.
Okay. That you need to take care of it.
Sure.
Because internet addiction is associated with lots of psychiatric illnesses, which turns into major psychiatric illnesses.
Right,
instead.
right.
Thank
Sure,
you.
ma'am. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Excuse me. So first of all, I'm very happy that you have tried to differentiate, understanding differentiation of different cultures. And how did you decide the sample size, 352? Why was not it 351, 353?
Basically, thank you for the question. We had initially decided on getting a larger sample size, but due to time constraints, I had to cut short our sample size and basically only make do with however many responses I had received at that point of time.
That is okay. आपने 352 ही क्यों चुना?
Sorry?
252 क्यों नहीं चुना? Why have you not selected 252? Why only 352? What is the logic behind that?
No, actually, sir, the total responses that we received were 352.
Out
but
of?
Out of 352 responses total we had received for our questionnaire.
So you have sent to 352 participants.
Yes.
Why 352 participants? Why not 353?
Sir, actually, these questionnaires was uploaded on internet spaces and forums.
Okay.
So the participants were like filling the questionnaire in their own will. Like they were not like they could fill the form if they wanted to.
Okay.
So we
Anyway, yeah. See, the thing is best research is which creates more questions than answers. So there is a formula for deciding a sample size. Sloven's formula is one. There is multiple formula for that. We have to use that formula, number one. Number two, best research occurs in real life situations. For example, PIJ's work. PIJ has not done any online thing. He actually worked on his own children to understand how cognitive development takes place. Margaret Mead, anthropologist, she has gone to different cultures and understanding how different cultures. तो कोशिश करो कि ऑफलाइन काम करो.
Yes.
ऑफलाइन में जो आपको वो मिलती है ना information, वो ऑनलाइन से मिल ही नहीं सकती कभी.
Correct.
Try to work on offline.
Correct.
All the best.
Absolutely, sir. This was one of the limitations of my study. I've mentioned it.
Try to convert that limitation into an opportunity.
Absolutely, sir. We'll do it in my future work. Thank you.
Just one question.
Sure.
You have done a very interesting work, daydreaming, right? Maladaptive daydreaming.
Yes.
It is maladaptive when you see that it has a bad impact on other aspects of life.
Right.
That you cannot ensure until unless you speak to few of them. You have collected data, it is fine. But those who are getting high scores on this particular parameter, you should speak to them over phone or whatever. Nowadays, technology is so easily available.
Right.
So then only it means that you should have a qualitative angle to this, why it is so. Because number doesn't speak. There may be errors also.
Correct.
Even there may be fake people who do not have this, they might have responded. So to be on a safer side, you should have a qualitative. It is a must, not a kind of luxury. You should have that. Okay,
Thank you so much, sir, for the feedback. I'll keep that in mind.
I had two questions. One was about the sample size determination, which sir has already asked and suggested you for that. The second question is, can you briefly justify the research design? Why it was taken up as the cross-cultural study?
So basically, we did a cross-cultural study because the study was done during COVID times. So I did not have an option to do an offline research, first of all. So my only option was to do an online study. And when I initially posted my questionnaire on internet spaces, I was not expecting to get responses from people from Western countries, but I was surprised when I saw the responses, and we got a lot of responses from particularly American people. And that is why we decided to do a cross-cultural study between two cultures, because there was an equal amount of responses from Indian people, and then there were an equal amount of responses from American people, and there were other responses from other countries as well, Western and Eastern. There were responses from South Asian countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, and there were responses from Western countries like Canada and European countries like UK and Poland, etc.
All right, thank you.
Hi, very interesting topic. In fact, like,
thank you.
I feel like I want to go back and read more about it. My question is, maladaptive daydreaming can also be a consequence or like a coping mechanism used for like other mental health concerns or existing issues.
Right.
So did you take care of certain screening measures to sort of rule out other mental health concerns, or to sort of look at it as a
Yeah, for this particular study, we did not. But this is maladaptive daydreaming is definitely a coping mechanism, right? It's an escape. People use that because they're not satisfied with their real life. They want to be daydreaming all the time because they're stressed out about their real life. They're avoiding and stuff like that. But this is something definitely that I will consider in my future work when I take maladaptive daydreaming as a variable. Thank you so much for your question.
Are there any more questions from the audience?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mansi. We really appreciate your hard work.
So before we move on with this session, I would once again like to call out the names of the remaining people who have not yet been present in this session. If any of you have made it now, please make your presence known and we will have your presentation on the screen. Miss Shobha S. Miss Swapnil Vasudev Bhopi. Miss Kashish Ashok Kaushik. And Miss Priyanshi Singh. Okay. Seeing as none of these people are here by now, we are going to move on. So this has been an enlightening run of presentations and an even more invigorating discussion. I think I speak for us all when I say we all learned something here today, whether it be about minority stress or about the daydreaming we might use to cope with it. Thank you so much, everyone. I would now like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Hemant Naidu, sir, to please speak a few words and enlighten us. Thank you, sir.
No, it's always wonderful to see youngsters working hard and coming up with novel topics and good presentations. I just have a suggestion. It's nothing to do with the presentations which were done here. Very too often I've found that when you are making a presentation, you tend to read off the slide. So my only suggestion is the slide is up there and everyone is able to read it. So don't just recite the whole thing all over again. We can see that, but your input with reference to the slide would be a much better option and will help you in the long run. Thank you.
I would like to request our respected co-chair, Ms. Anshuma Dubey, ma'am, to please give us her thoughts.
Thank you, Bhavni. A very heartful congratulations to all the participants. You have a very good zeal. You have the confidence that you have come across here and presented your work, even in your graduation year. So hats off to you all that you could make it possible. Secondly, I have few suggestions for you all to incorporate in your future presentations, that please present your method part very clearly. Okay. Mention the flow charts, mention the inclusion and exclusion criteria very well, so that these queries which are coming up after the presentation will be clear during the presentation only. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Chairs, for your practical advice and words of encouragement. We really appreciate it and hope to keep it in mind for the future. Now, I would like to invite our faculty coordinator, Dr. Madhu Pandey, to felicitate our chair and our co-chair. Thank you, Dr. Naidu sir and Ms. Anshuma Dubey ma'am for your presence on the stage, and to Dr. Madhu Pandey ma'am for doing the felicitations. As we move towards the end of this session, I would like to conclude by giving the vote of thanks. So as we draw this intellectually enriching session to a close, I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt appreciation. First and foremost, a sincere thank you to our esteemed panelists, Dr. Hemant Naidu sir and Ms. Anshuma Dubey ma'am, for sharing their profound insights and expertise with us today. Their perspectives have greatly enhanced our understanding of how psychology can serve as a transformative force in community well-being. I also wish to acknowledge and commend all of our speakers for their meticulous research and thought provoking presentations. Your contributions are instrumental in shaping the future of community health and mental well being. A special note of gratitude to the organization, committee, faculty members, and volunteers whose dedicated efforts have ensured the smooth execution of this session. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of our technical team. Thank you so much. This would not have been possible without you. Lastly, to our wonderful audience, thank you for your enthusiastic participation, thought provoking questions, and engagement throughout the session. Your involvement has made this discussion all the more meaningful. Let us carry forward the insights gleaned today and collectively strive towards fostering mentally resilient, inclusive, and thriving communities. Thank you. Please applaud yourselves. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of this session. This session has now concluded.